Order, please. We'll now begin with the daily routine, beginning with presenting and reading of petitions. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and whereas the goal of this month is to promote the prevention of sexual violence through awareness and education, and whereas this is something we all have a responsibility for, therefore be it resolved that all members of this House and all Nova Scotians work together to break the silence and work to end sexual violence. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate. There
has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice on the future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the 3rd annual Stanfield's Pants Off for Prostate Cancer takes place today, April 21st, in support of Prostate Cancer Canada Atlantic Region's fundraising efforts for research, education and awareness of this disease, and whereas the intent of this event is to bring humour to the conversation about this serious topic, prostate cancer, which is the most commonly diagnosed cancer in men, and whereas 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with the disease during their lifetime, and as many as 710 Nova Scotians will be diagnosed with prostate cancer this year. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the Legislature recognize co-chairs John Stanfield and Dennis Campbell and the organizers of Stanfield's Pants Off for Prostate Cancer, and encourage all men over the age of 40 to get tested, as early detection improves the survival rate for prostate cancer. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Buddy Day Learning Institute is committed to working with and on behalf of the African, Nova Scotian, Canadian communities to improve learners' education, experience, and outcomes. And whereas the Delmore Buddy Day Learning Institute partners with the Department of Education and Early Childhood Education and is a leading provincial and national centre of knowledge and research on Afrocentric theories and practices that improve educational outcomes. Whereas 10% of all Loyalists who settled in Nova Scotia were of African descent, and these African Nova Scotians planted the seeds for more than, sorry, I don't have my glasses on, for more than 50 black communities that would eventually be established in every part of the province. Therefore, be it resolved that members of the House of Assembly join me in congratulating the Delmore Buddy Day Learning Institute on the launch of the Times of African Nova Scotians, Volume 2, and notably Nova Scotians Posters, 2nd edition, which are learning resources for the public schools, post-secondary institutions, and Nova Scotians, which inspire cultural and educational excellence and celebrate our Nova Scotian history. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate. Wow.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Community Cultures and Heritage on an introduction.
Mr. Speaker, if I may take leave to introduce many of the folks that were on the poster and the members of the Buddy Day Learning Institute here to acknowledge their presence in the House and all welcome them, please. Stand.
The Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage.
There a couple of the people that were noted on the poster, Sheila Lucas Cole, and well, there's Sheila, and there, thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness on an introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pleased to rise my place to make an introduction. I've already read the resolution appropriate for the prostate event being held this evening. But it's certainly my pleasure to introduce no stranger to the House, Peter Millett. If he would stand, Executive Director, Atlantic Regional Prostate Cancer Canada, Ken Power, Chairman of the Atlantic Regional Advisory Council, and Dennis Campbell, Co-Chair of the Stanfield's Pan-Solve for Prostate Cancer event. Prostate Cancer Canada is a leading national foundation dedicated to the elimination of prostate cancer through research, advocacy, education, support, and awareness. And tonight, the Stanfield's Pan-Solve for Prostate Cancer event will be held in support of fundraising efforts to help in the fight against this disease. And I'm happy to have Peter, Ken, and Dennis here today. And I'd like to ask all members of the House to give them a warm welcome.
Anybody else? We'll now move on to introduction of bills. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 418 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Securities Act.
The Honourable Minister of Finance begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 418 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Securities Act.
Bill number 158, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 418 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Securities Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce an act to amend Chapter 293 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Motor Vehicle Act.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 293 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Motor Vehicle Act.
Bill number 159, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 293 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Motor Vehicle Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce an act to repeal Chapter 42 of the Revised Statutes 1989 of the Blueberry Association Act.
With great fanfare. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Repeal Chapter 42 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Blueberry Associations Act.
Bill number 160, entitled An Act to Repeal Chapter 42 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Blueberry Associations Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. We'll now move on to notices of motion. We'll now move on. The Honourable Member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Rule 3A does not allow for oral questions put by members to ministers on a Monday, and whereas it's been the practice of this government to call the House to meet on Mondays during estimates, whereas question period is the primary way members are able to seek information from the government ministers and to call the government to account for its actions. Therefore, be it resolved that the House suspend Rule 3A and allow for oral questions put to members to ministers on Monday, April 25th. I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? I hear several noes. Motion is tabled. We'll now move on to statements by members. The honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to recognize Bob Myra, who passed away on April the 16th. Bob was a long-time serving councillor for the municipality of the District of Chester, being first elected in 1997. I know my colleague across the floor from Chester St. Margaret's would have made sure to recognize Bob if she could have been here with us this session. Bob was involved in so many aspects of his community through municipal council, the local legion, or the many commitments struck to develop the ball field, struck to develop the ball field, playground, and basketball court. Bob was also a member of the Masonic Lodge number 61, the Philae Shriners, and active with his local church. I came to know Bob personally, Mr. Speaker, over many years in recreational and amateur hockey, where he committed his time and his knowledge to the benefit of our youth. His sudden passing is sure to leave a deep void for many residents of Chester, and I'd like to extend our condolences to Bob's family, friends, and colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd just like to remind the honourable member it's unparliamentary to mention fellow members who are either present or absent in the House, or to indicate that a member is absent. So just for future reference, the honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Le jeudi 3 mars 2016, dans la salle Père-Maurice Leblanc, au centre communautaire de Parent-Bas, Gérald C. Boudreau a lancé son livre « Le diable est à la porte ». L'histoire de la fiction, écrite en français, le personnage principal est Thomas Cormier, un jeune séminariste qui fait face à un défi dans ses études. Comme l'histoire se déplie, il guide le lecteur tout au long de son voyage à surmonter et à faire face à ces défis. C'est également une histoire d'amour de ton prochain et de l'Église. L'auteur Gérald Boudreau est un professeur à la retraite de l'Université Sainte-Anne. Il a passé 7 ans à étudier là et plus de 30 ans professionnellement dans diverses capacités tout au long de sa carrière. Il est un Acadien fier. Je félicite Gérald Boudreau pour le lancement de ce livre et lui souhaite le succès et bonne santé. In English, Mr. Speaker, on Thursday, March 3rd, 2016, in the salle Père-Maurice Leblanc, the Centre Communautaire de Parent-Bas, Gérald C. Comeau, I do it again, Gérald C. Boudreau launched his book, Le Diable est à la porte. The story is a fiction written in French. The main character is Thomas Cormier, a young seminarian who is facing challenges in his studies. As the book unfolds, it guides the reader through his journey to overcome and face these challenges. Also a story of your love for your neighbor and the church. The author, Gérald Boudreau, is a retired professor from University of Sainte-Anne. He spent 7 years studying there and professionally over 30 years in various capacities throughout his career. He's a very proud Acadian. I congratulate Gérald Boudreau on the launch of his book and wish him continued success and good health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Sandra Sterrett, a recipient of the 2015 Progress Women of Excellence Award. The annual Progress Women of Excellence Awards honors 19 inspirational women who play an important role in our community. Women like Sandra Sterrett, who are at the pinnacle of their professions, are recognized and honored at this annual event. Sandra Sterrett has had a lifelong passion for education and giving and shares that enthusiasm daily with her students and fellow teachers. Her influence goes far beyond the classroom at Halifax West High School, where she is department head and student government advisor, overseeing 19 committees that fundraise $50,000 to $100,000 annually for various worthwhile organizations. And a note for a future member statement, under Ms. Sterrett's direction, the students at Halifax West actually doubled their efforts and raised $20,000 this year in support of the Terry Fox Run. Through her work, she encourages kindness and giving in young leaders and has had a hugely positive impact on young people during her 30-plus years of teaching, myself being one of those young people. Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize Sandra Sterrett and congratulate her on this well-deserved award. Thank you.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Speaker, sometimes a little humor helps start a conversation about a serious subject like prostate cancer, and Pants Off does just that. Today, I'd like to recognize Stanfield's Pants Off for prostate cancer in support of Prostate Cancer Canada Atlantic Region. Thank you to the Good Clean Fund ambassadors, John Stanfield of Stanfields and Dennis Campbell of Ambassadors, and Matt Laundrie for their support of this very important day. All proceeds from the Stanfield's Pants Off for prostate cancer will benefit Prostate Cancer Canada Atlantic with fundraisers for the elimination of the disease through research, education, support, and awareness. Prostate cancer is the most common cancer to afflict Canadian men, and this year alone, nearly 24,000 Canadian men and their families will face a prostate cancer diagnosis. But there's hope. When detected early, the survival rate of prostate cancer is over 90%. Days like today will only help educate and inform men and their families.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Mr. Speaker, last February, Gloria McCluskey announced her plan to retire from politics. Gloria, who served as mayor of Dartmouth from 1992 until amalgamation, and then councillor for Halifax District 5 since 2004, has dedicated decades to the public service. Much of her district overlaps with Dartmouth South, and I can tell you she will be sorely missed by me and the members of our neighbourhoods. Gloria, who has been called Queen of the Lakes, is leaving an unparalleled legacy in Dartmouth, and I want to thank her for her service and uncompromising support for the community.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's not a day that goes by in this chamber that many of us don't remember our colleague and friend, Alan Rowe, MLA for Dartmouth South. His gentle demeanour, his passion for his community, his integrity in his work define this true and humble gentleman. Recently, the work Alan accomplished before obtaining elected office was honoured by the Radio Television Digital News Association in a gala ceremony appropriately held in Dartmouth South's NSCC's waterfront campus. Many of Alan's former colleagues and close friends paid tribute to a man who approached every story, every newscast, every interview with professionalism, respect, and compassion. The RTDNA Lifetime Achievement Award is presented to individuals who have distinguished themselves through outstanding service and continued excellence during the course of their career in broadcast journalism. The award is a lifetime achievement rather than a single contribution and is one of the highest honours bestowed by the RTDNA. Graciously accepted by his wife Yvonne and daughter Deborah, the award is a testament to the 17 years of outstanding work Alan accomplished as a senior anchor, producer, and news director at Global News. Please join me in congratulating the Rowe family and recognize the growing legacy of Alan's work both inside and outside of this chamber. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, His Honour the Lieutenant Governor presents respectful citizenship awards to deserving young individuals who take initiative to make positive changes and address difficult issues facing their schools and communities. 16-year-old Molly Simmons, a grade 11 student from Port Williams in my constituency, was given this high acknowledgement for her involvement in a number of programs in her school. As a member of the Interact Club, she raised funds for a HIV/AIDS organization in Africa. She chairs an active We to Me committee that gathers items for the local food bank and for Doctors Without Borders. Molly is an international student ambassador, helping those who cannot speak English feel welcome, and a member of the Annapolis Valley Honor Choir, where she mentors junior choir members. I ask my fellow members to join me in recognizing and congratulating the leadership and commitment of this young woman has demonstrated. Thank you.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday, January the 25th, 2016, the Roseway ER closed yet again at 6 a.m. and would not open until Tuesday at 8 a.m., a total of 26 hours. On January the 31st, the ER closed at 6 a.m. and would not open until the next day at 8 a.m., another 26-hour closure. On February the 7th, Mr. Speaker, the ER closed at 6 a.m. and would not open again until 8 a.m. the next day. On that same day, the ER closed at 5 p.m. and would not open until February the 9th at 8 a.m. Over the course of 48 hours, the Roseway ER was closed for a total of 41 hours, Mr. Speaker. At the Roseway Hospital in Shelburne, Mr. Speaker, the ER was closed for 93 hours during a 2-week period. Mr. Speaker, to be continued.
Ladies and gentlemen, just before we get on to the next member statement, I'll take the opportunity to introduce a special guest with us here who slipped in unannounced, but I'd like to acknowledge, if he would rise, the Honourable Chris Collins, the Speaker from New Brunswick. The Honourable Member for Bedford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to talk a bit today about a gentleman who lives in my riding. Jean Richard is a veteran who served as a pilot in the Canadian Air Force in World War II. He's been a member of our Bedford Legion for many years. He's often on the executive, but even when he isn't, he steps up whenever he's needed. For example, last year, the Poppy campaign chair, Doug Shute, died suddenly. Jean stepped in, as he often does, just when you need him. He's always a smiling, friendly presence at Legion events. In October of last year, Jean received a life membership from the Legion at the annual Honours and Awards dinner. It was so nice to have his lovely family there to see him receive his membership, and I was honoured to be able to participate in the evening. I want to thank Mr. Richard for his many, many hours serving veterans, the community of Bedford, and our country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Angela Cromwell is blazing a successful trail with her recent opening of a hair salon in downtown Glasgow. Although she has operated a salon for the past 5 years, she's expecting an increased demand for her skills and talents at her new location. Several years ago, Angela went to the Nova Scotia Community College, Pictou campus in Stellarton, and took the cosmetology course. She was unable to find anyone teaching about ethnic hair. She began to spend every available hour to research and affectionately laughs when she tells her customers she used her children to practice her newly found methods. Angela has taken courses in Ontario and Alberta for hair extensions and wigs. She's attempting to establish a private quiet room in her shop to service chemo patients that wish to discuss the option of using a wig. Pictou County wishes Angela Cromwell great success in her endeavours. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this day in 1841, Canada's first licensed female doctor was born. A lengthy illness motivated Jenny Trout to become a doctor at a time when women were not admitted to Canadian medical schools. She was begrudgingly permitted to attend lectures at Toronto's School of Medicine, where she faced daily harassment. She graduated from the Women's Medical College in Pennsylvania in 1875 and was licensed shortly thereafter, commemorated then on a stamp in Canada in 1991. Pioneering women like Jenny Trout have left a lasting impression on our society, and I want to recognize her and all female doctors who have followed in her footsteps for setting a positive example for our smart, aspiring women, and that's including my own doctor, Roya Murray, and the recently retired gynecologist, Dr. Kate Follansby of Truro. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I read my statement, I'd like the permission to do an introduction first.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'd like to draw the members' attention to the West Gallery, where we're joined with visitors today from my church, St. Peter's Anglican Church in Birch Cove along the Bedford Highway. And we're joined by the Reverend David Delapina and our church wardens, Elizabeth Snow and Charlotte Horowitz. And I'd like the House to please give them a warm welcome and a very, very grateful thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, St. Peter's Birch Cove is celebrating its 65th anniversary with community and church events throughout the year to mark this important milestone. In the late 1940s, the Anglican families in Rockingham attended St. John's Church in Fairview. As their numbers increased, they became aware of the need for an Anglican church of their own. Their dream was helped by a generous bequest from the estate of Florence Daking, who donated land for the site of a new church. The cornerstone was laid April 30th, 1951, and more than 200 people attended the first service. Some of the original families are still worshiping at St. Peter's today. I am proud to be a member of this church, which has so many wonderful volunteers and a history of connection with the community. From the beginning, it has provided a spiritual home for many and opened its doors to youth programs, sports, and community meetings. In recent years, it has sponsored a community garden and outdoor rink and continued to bring the neighborhood and church together. Over the years, St. Peter's has maintained its character as a country church while welcoming people from the many new urban neighborhoods that have grown up around it. Mr. Speaker, I ask the members of the House to extend their congratulations to the congregation and the Parish Council of St. Peter's Church, and also to their priest, Reverend David Delapina, for 65 years of fellowship and worship in Rockingham. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Colchester-Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Vissers and Harbours family owns and operates a dairy farm in Mackay Siding, Colchester County, with a total herd of 300. The family has regularly incorporated soil and water conservation practices, ensured proper fuel and pesticide storage, and changed farm operations to be more energy efficient. The family recently received the Environmental Farm Stewardship Award from the Federation of Agriculture and its Environmental Farm Plan. Mr. Speaker, I wish to extend congratulations on the award and commend the family for its efforts to protect and preserve our precious environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Mr. Speaker, the island of Cape Breton is currently experiencing a crisis in the high levels of poverty experienced by families, individuals, and communities. Shockingly, today in the Cape Breton Regional Municipality, the poverty rate for seniors over 65 is above 20%, 1 in 5 residents, and those rates are even worse for senior women. Seniors in Cape Breton have worked hard and deserve to live their later years in peace, security, and comfort, not worrying about how to make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, Cape Breton deserves immediate and bold action to address the high levels of poverty experienced across the island.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I'd like to do an introduction first, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'd like to draw the attention of the House to the gallery, West Gallery, where we're visited by a very special young guest who's been here before. Her name is Emily Alford, let me pronounce it right. She's here with her parents, Krista and John, and also with Tammy Potty, who is the General Secretary of the National Dart Federation of Canada. And I'd like the House please to give them a warm welcome. Emily, I should tell you, is a grade 6 student at Beaverbank, Monarch Beaverbank? I think I've got it right. And she's well known to quite a few members of the House here, as she's a very keen campaigner. She works on municipal and provincial campaigns. Now, that's important too, it is. I'll read my statement if I might, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a champion dart player who is going to Nationals along with Team Nova Scotia to represent our province. The Nationals are being held in Richmond, BC in May of this year, and 11-year-old Emily Alford is going as our provincial junior girls champion. Emily began to play darts at the tender age of 8 and has honed her skill through practice and competition. This year marks her 3rd time going to Nationals in the junior girls category, which is open to girls 15 and under. In 2015 at Nationals, she tied for 3rd place with her doubles partner, Taylor Probert. This has been a strong year for Emily, as she has won 2 tournaments in addition to placing 1st in junior girls for Nova Scotia. In preparation for the trip to BC, Emily has appeared on the Global TV morning show and been interviewed by the Laker and the Bedford Sackville Observer. Mr. Speaker, I ask the members of the legislature to join me in congratulating Emily Alford on winning a place at the National Dart Competition and wish her and the Nova Scotia team every success in competition there. Thank you.
Thank you. The honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nova Scotia's volunteer fire brigades are made up of individuals who give of their time, skills and dedication in the service of others. They risk their lives in the role of firefighter and must deal with great emotional stress in their role as first responder. Training, fundraising, recruitment and public relations are additional responsibilities of fire departments, and no individual is more involved with these than the Fire Chief Wade Jennings. Wade Jennings has been the chief of the Debert Fire Department for the last 7 years. Besides the hours he puts in for such things as training, fire calls, work nights and monthly meetings during the past year, he also represented the Debert Fire Brigade at the CFFA meeting and sat on the executive as a representative for the fire school. He attended directors' meetings at the school fire school and semi-annual and annual meetings with the Fire Service of Nova Scotia. At their annual banquet, Chief Jennings expressed his thanks to the members, officers and executive for their hard work and for the many hours of volunteer time. Chief Jennings serves as an excellent role model and has the respect of his brigade, as well as members in the areas where he serves.
The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Pictou County Lightning strikes twice. Coaches Brian McLeod and Mark Arbuckle led the Pictou County Lightning to 2 silver medals at the 2016 Basketball Nova Scotia Division III Mini Girls Under-12 Provincial Championship Tournament. In the round robin, they lost a hard-fought championship game 35-32 to Windsor Shooting Stars in overtime, but defeated the top seed Halifax Slam 32-27 and defeated second seed Sackville Storm 34-33. Congratulations to Ashley Arbuckle, who was named Tournament All-Star. Accolades to the Lightning on taking home 2 silver medals, and to the coaches, special thanks for all you do for these wonderful young ladies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Truro, Bobble Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Minister of Community Services, when asked about the frozen investments to women's centres, stated that, and I quote, "Nova Scotia has the highest per capita spending on women's centres in Canada." Well, Mr. Speaker, when you consider that our population is less than 1 million people, that claim makes sense. But the claim, however, has nothing to do with the freeze in investments to women's centres in Nova Scotia in this budget, and it does nothing to address the ongoing need for services through these agencies. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm already hearing from disappointed women who are telling me they are not fooled and that they feel the clouding the reality of the minister's decision to freeze investments to women's centres does nothing to serve the thousands of women across Nova Scotia who are looking for real answers and real support. Thank you.
The honourable member for Preston, Dartmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize and congratulate Keontae Beals, who developed deep roots in music, starting his career at age 7 in the junior choir at St. Thomas Baptist Church in North Preston. Keontae won the African Nova Scotia Music Association Emergency Artist of the Year Award in 2015, which is a significant boost to his career in music. Keontae credits his parents, family, friends for supporting his career choice, as well as a 2-year music and arts program at the Nova Scotia Community College that has helped him to further develop his talents. Keontae's future plans include operating his own production company and, after several albums, touring the world. Please join me in congratulating and commending Keontae Beals for his tremendous achievements and wish him every success in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the passing of Constance Gluby, Nova Scotia's first woman Supreme Court judge. Constance Connie Glooby graduated from Dalhousie University and was called to the bar in 1956. In 1977, she was appointed as the first woman on Nova Scotia Supreme Court. In 1982, Ms. Glooby became the court's Chief Justice and was later appointed to the Court of Appeal. Among other accomplishments, Constance Glooby also served as Halifax City Manager and was the first woman to hold such position in a Canadian city. Mr. Speaker, Constance Glooby passed at the age of 84 and deserves to be recognized for both her achievements and her dedication to overcoming many barriers throughout her career. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Queen Shelburne.
Speaker, yesterday it was reported in South Coast Today that the operators of the Nova Star still owed more than $15 million to over 200 creditors, despite the fact that the company received over $40 million of Nova Scotians taxpayers' dollars. The article contained a list of 12 Nova Scotian businesses who are still owed thousands of dollars by this failed enterprise. These local businesses are no doubt disappointed with the government's decision to quickly move on to support another vessel without addressing the shortfall associated with Nova Star. This Liberal government has demonstrated it has millions of dollars to hand out to support the latest installment of the Armour Ferry, but it seems it has no money, I repeat, no money to ensure Nova Scotians' business are not left holding the bag for a failed operation of the Nova Star.
The honourable member for, let me find you here, Cape Breton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize Robert Burchell, better known by his friends as Robbie, for his medal-winning accomplishments at the 2016 Special Olympics in Newfoundland this year. Being the oldest member on the Team Nova Scotia as he celebrated his 53rd birthday last year, he is also one of the longest-serving athletes on Team Nova Scotia. Robbie takes part in many sports throughout the year, but it's speed skating that has brought him to the national attention. He grabbed the attention of TSN, who was at the Games looking for a skater to do a story on, and who better than Robbie? At this year's Games, he won 4 medals, bronze in the 333-meter, silver in both the 222-meter and the 777-meter, and gold in the 500-meter final. And at the honour to be the flag bearer of Nova Scotia in the opening ceremonies. Please join me in taking the opportunity to congratulate Robbie Burchell on his success in speed skating and look forward to watching him in the future success. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I acknowledge Ashley Hanna from Howie Centre, who is gaining a reputation as a little girl with a very big heart. Ashley is a 12-year-old, and this past January, she embarked on a project designed to help those in need to stay warm in winter. During and after the holiday season, Ashley, along with her mum Dodie, her 4 siblings, and other supporters, quietly and strategically placed winter comfort kits around downtown Sydney. The kits were contained in plastic bags, stapled to power poles, and contained scarves, mitts, earmuffs, and hats. I stand here today to thank Ashley Hanna, as she is an exceptional young lady. Her mom explains the effort stems from Ashley's repeated insistence over the last 3 years that she not receive any Christmas gifts and that the money should instead be spent on helping others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Good job, and I hope the member's feeling better than he sounds. The honourable member for Richmond. Cape Breton, Richmond.
Monsieur le Président, je veux saisir cette occasion pour rendre hommage à un des enseignants exceptionnels de ma circonscription qui fut honoré récemment dans le contexte de la Semaine de l'Éducation. Don Fougère, natif de Petit-de-Gras, nominé par l'École Beauport, est lauréat d'un prix de la Semaine de l'Éducation pour le rôle important qu'il joue en guidant les élèves dans le domaine de la médiatique. Le thème de cette année est les compétences médiatiques, savoir faire preuve d'esprit critique à l'ère des médias numériques. Le thème souligne la contribution des éducateurs qui aident les élèves à développer les compétences dont ils ont besoin pour comprendre, créer et interpréter de manière critique du texte en format imprimé, à l'écran et en format numérique. Cette année, Dawn Fougère, en collaboration avec une nouvelle enseignante, Mlle Jannick Boudreau, ainsi que M. Ron Leblanc, ont mis en place un nouveau site Web pour l'École Beauport. Ces champions, comme Dawn Fougère et ses collègues à l'École Beauport, enseignent aussi aux élèves comment être des citoyens du numérique respectueux, responsables et au comportement éthique. Comme a souligné la ministre de l'Éducation, la médiatique et la citoyenneté numérique sont essentielles à l'apprentissage et à la réussite dans la vie et au travail. En travaillant avec les enseignants, les écoles, les conseils scolaires, les collectivités et les partenaires, nous sommes en train d'élaborer un programme d'enseignement innovateur qui met l'accent sur les mathématiques et la littératie en introduction à la programmation informatique dès les premières années à l'école. Ensemble, nous sommes capables d'améliorer la vie de nos élèves. Félicitations à M. Dawn Fougère.
Thank you. The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember a driving force in St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church and in the community of Sydney Mines who recently passed away. Charles Holmes, a retired teacher, served his church for decades in organization, fundraising, choir, and anything his community and church required. It's rare to find an individual who totally devoted his life to the service of others through his church and his community. The community and the church will surely miss him. It's a true honor to have this opportunity to thank Charles Holmes for his service. His passing will create a huge void that will not easily be filled. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Antigonish.
Mr. Speaker, Antigua Baskets, a junior achievement company, has recently wrapped up a successful year of business. The company, made of and operated by 6 students from Dr. John Hugh Gillis Regional High School, sold study kits with the goal of helping reduce exam time stress while turning a profit. Through the 18-week program, the students had the opportunity to recruit shareholders, take on executive roles, plan a production process, engage in direct sales, and even pitch their ideas to a panel of experienced entrepreneurs. Now that the books are closed, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that Antigua Baskets not only made a profit, but provided a return of 20% on investment to all shareholders. I invite all the members of the Assembly to join me in congratulating Antigua Baskets, along with other junior achievement companies across the province. These youth are our next generation of entrepreneurs, and it's heartening to have a program such as Junior Achievement fostering their development. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, I've been inspired by the amazing work and commitment of the young people in my constituency. For instance, 16-year-old Lucy Wilkie, who lives in Port Williams, recently won a gold medal from the Royal Conservatory of Music for scoring top marks in Atlantic Canada on the Level 8 piano examination. She was presented with her award at the Lillian Percy Recital Hall at the Maritime Conservatory of the Performing Arts. Lucy is a music student and member of the Annapolis Valley Honour Choir. Please join me to congratulate this young woman on her success and send her our best wishes for her future endeavours. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize Benoit Electric of Beachville. Established in 1999, owner John Benoit has built Benoit Electric to include a broad range of products and services for both residential and commercial clients. They are committed to providing a superior quality of service and highest level of integrity to each and every job. Everyone at Benoit Electric prides themselves on their commitment to be fair, honest, courteous, and professional in all their dealings. Their highly trained staff are committed to helping their clients receive the best value in every interaction. I would like the members of this Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in congratulating John Benoit and the staff of Benoit Electric on having such a solid reputation in the business world and wish them continued success in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask the indulgence of the House to revert back to government notices of motion?
There's been a request to revert back to government's notice of motion. All in favour?
I give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas today, the 21st of April 2016, marks Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II's 90th birthday. Whereas for many Nova Scotians, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has been the only head of the royal family becoming Queen of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth 64 years ago, 1952. And whereas Her Majesty continues to be a great beacon of strength, conducting her royal duties and charitable work with passion and tenacity, therefore be it resolved that the House of Assembly send best wishes to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II on her 90th birthday. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There's been a request for a waiver of motion. All in favor? Contrary minded? Motion carried. The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, 2 grade 11 students from Stellarton recently returned from Mexico after participating in an international students program. Alicia Akins and Kelsey Robson were part of a 21-student contingent that spent 2 weeks in the coastal city of Campeche. Besides building their leadership skills, they went to school with other teens taking leadership and Spanish classes at school. They also helped out at a cancer care center and participated in numerous endeavors in their community. Alicia and Kelsey also found time to visit 2 fortresses as well as the ancient Mayan ruins in Campeche. We congratulate Alicia and Kelsey for participating in this educational endeavor, and I'm sure they have many memories from this students program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate Meredith MacDonald of Sydney, who was recently named Maritimer of the Week for her tireless work in protection of animals at our local SPCA and in the greater community. For years, Meredith has been an advocate and volunteer for our local SPCA. She spends countless hours volunteering to support and provide companionship to the shelter animals. Mr. Speaker, I believe her story will inspire more in our community to come forward and support our local animal shelters. And Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating Meredith for her award of Maritimer of the Week and for her support for the SPCA in Sydney. Thank you.
The honourable member for Colchester Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to applaud Stewiacke Foodland franchisee Darren Shriver, his wife Sherry, and other Foodland and co-op leaders in Atlantic Canada for looking beyond our communities and extending goodwill to a school in Bavera, Dominican Republic, during a business conference there this year. With a $10,000 budget and a willingness to pitch in and do the work themselves, 180 conference participants transformed the school, renovating, repairing, and installing much-needed equipment. Mr. and Mrs. Shriver also decided to take upon themselves to build a playground for the school. But with donations from the other leaders, an additional $2,500 was raised for that purpose. It is acts such as these that tell the world how caring and giving our nation, its provinces, and its communities are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say first that the member from Cape Breton Richmond's French is almost as good as yours. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about a hockey gear giveaway that was held in Spryfield February 6th. My office partnered with Cleves, Sporting Goods, and Sports Wheel this winter to collect gently used hockey gear that could be distributed to families in the community that need it to outfit their children for hockey. Throughout the fall and early winter, both Cleves and Sports Wheels set up bins where people could donate gear. The response was overwhelming. When we collected the gear, it filled an entire office. There were hundreds of pairs of skates and countless sets of full hockey gear. And on February 6th, we took the gear to the Captain Williams Prize Centre to distribute it to the community. Within an hour, everything was gone, and hundreds of kids now had gear they needed to play hockey. With the help of volunteers from Sports Wheels, we were able to properly fit the children with the gear. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank Sports Wheels and Cleves for generously offering to collect gear for us. Hockey is a very expensive sport to play and requires full gear. Through generosity of all those that donated used gear and the sporting goods stores for collecting it, many children in Spryfield will now be able to participate in the sport. We look forward to being able to do this again next year and hope to have the gear ready for distribution before the hockey season starts. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hants West.
Should be over there. Go ahead.
My apologies. The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise and recognize Chelsea Lane Salon and Colour Bar in New Glasgow for partnering with Green Circles Salons, a company which offers green options to salons in order to reduce their negative environmental impact. Chelsea Lane is the first salon in Pictou County to seek out such an environmental program. By implementing simple green changes, Chelsea Lane Salon and Colour Bar can reduce their ecological footprint. Through initiatives such as this, they are helping to make the salon industry more sustainable as a whole. Mr. Speaker, I commend the local salon for joining this sustainability initiative and encouraging its peers to follow suit. Chelsea Lane Salon is setting a wonderful example for other businesses in Pictou County and beyond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take a moment to recognize Mr. Paul Baisley, who recently stepped down from his position as the Mayor of Windsor after serving 8 years. Prior to his title as the town's mayor, Paul served as a councillor in the town of Windsor from 2000 to 2004. Paul was very active and outspoken on several issues within the town, including municipal reform, shared fire services, and ensuring the town's claim to being the birthplace of hockey. You could always find Paul on Saturday mornings for Coffee Corner, which was an initiative started 7 years ago by council, where residents could meet with the mayor and councillors over a cup of coffee to discuss their concerns. Paul has accepted a position as an appraiser at Property Valuation Services Corporation in the Burnside Industrial Park, and I would like to take this opportunity and ask all members to congratulate Mr. Baisley on his new position. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like today to congratulate Jonathan Rogers of Oxford on his impressive performance in the Junior Provincial Championship swimming competition held in Truro. Jonathan is a member of the Spartan Swim Club, which brought home a collection of place awards and personal bests. Almost 200 swimmers from across Nova Scotia were competing in this event. Jonathan Rogers recorded 3 personal bests, placing 6th in the 200-metre free, 8th in the 50-metre free, and 10th in the 50-metre breaststroke. I congratulate Jonathan Rogers on these outstanding achievements and wish him continued success in the future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, recently the Pictou East Silver Blades held their annual awards banquet where they enjoyed a meal and the presentations of medals and trophies. I want to congratulate the skaters and their coaches for a job well done, and I know the effort required during the season to make everything come together for the finale. Olivia McIntosh and Isabel Fraser were both named Can Skate champions and presented medals and ribbons. Along with the camaraderie of being part of a group, these skaters have learned the basics, and hopefully they will return in the fall to take their skills to the next level. I wish them continued success moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was encouraged by Marilyn Cummings, dental hygienist and owner of All Smiles Clinic in Hammonds Plains, Lucasville, to acknowledge that April is Dental Hygiene Month. Dental hygiene is the 6th largest registered health profession in Canada, with 26,800 registered dental hygienists working in a variety of settings with people of all ages. 59% of Canadian children and 96% of adults have experienced cavities, and 21% of Canadian adults have experienced gum-related disease. Mr. Speaker, research shows a direct link between oral health and overall health and well-being. For example, gum disease is linked to a number of other serious illnesses. Mr. Speaker, greater awareness of the proper oral health practices and the need to regularly visit a dental professional is important to ensuring that all Nova Scotians and Canadians alike keep their teeth clean and keep their dental health positive. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize April as Dental Hygiene Month.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dating back to the original Blue Nose, the town of Lunenburg has had a long celebrated history with sailing. Captain Angus Walters is a household name in the sailing community, and so is the name Captain Daniel Moreland, the master of the sailing training ship Picton Castle, which makes its home in Lunenburg. He was recently awarded the Tall Ship America's highest honor, the Lifetime Achievement Award. The Lifetime Achievement Award is given to an individual who has dedicated his or her life's work to getting people out to sea and to work to preserve the traditions and skills of sail training. In the last 20 years of captaining the Picton Castle, Captain Moreland has circumnavigated the globe an impressive 6 times. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members join me in congratulating Captain Moreland for his long and distinguished sailing career and for receiving the Tall Ships America's highest honor, the Lifetime Achievement Award. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. We'll now move on to oral questions put by members to ministers. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Premier. Mr. Speaker, there is another case this week of someone suffering from mental illness, including, in this case, thoughts of suicide, being turned away from our emergency rooms. This is the same story that we are hearing in community after community across the province. Mr. Speaker, we know our health professionals are doing their best, but the system is overwhelmed. This has become the health care crisis of our time, mental health services for people when they really need it. I'd like to ask the Premier, why are mentally ill people being turned away from our emergency rooms?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I can't speak specific to the case the honourable member is referring to. I don't believe it would be appropriate for any Nova Scotian seeking medical support to be turned away from any emergency room in this province, Mr. Speaker. But healthcare providers make a diagnosis or decision on what is the next step. So I don't know what the interaction was between the doctor and that Nova Scotia. But obviously, you know, as we go across this province, we're working on community-based mental health intervention, as well as ensuring that every emergency room across the province has access to psychiatric care to be available. But, Mr. Speaker, that at the end of the day, somebody in that healthcare facility would make that decision interacting with that patient. It would be inappropriate for me to pass judgment on that interaction.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, I truly wish we were only talking about one interaction. Mr. Speaker, the case this week is not an isolated one. We all saw what happened to Cody Glode of Millbrook, who actually did exactly what he was told to do when he went to an emergency room, Mr. Speaker, after having called the mental health crisis line. We know the case of Christopher Bagnall in Cape Breton, who went to the emergency room there, Mr. Speaker. Now there's another case here in Halifax. Mr. Speaker, in the case in Halifax, a friend of the mentally ill person, Mr. Speaker, said, when someone asks for help, we should give it. We should take them seriously. Well, I'm sure everyone agrees with that in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, and across the province. I'd like to ask the Premier, what is the point of mental health services if they are sending people away?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, again, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the honourable member. Everyone requiring health care services in this province should be receiving it. Mr. Speaker, I can't speak specifically to the case he's referring to. Obviously, the health care provider interacting with that patient would have made a determination. Mr. Speaker, it's one of the things, as all of our families have experienced some level of mental health illness. We all reach out looking for that healthcare provider. It's why we've worked extremely hard at ensuring that we invest in Schools Plus so that we can identify early on mental health challenges, that we can begin to deal with them in young Nova Scotians earlier. That's why we're investing in community-based supports so that those families and citizens who require mental health services in our community today can have them close to where they live. But it is concerning when you hear of someone going to an emergency room and having some of the results that the honourable member referred to. But the healthcare provider has an interaction, Mr. Speaker, and it would be inappropriate for me to be judging that healthcare provider on the decisions that they made.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, when people have thoughts of suicide in this province, they are advised to call the crisis line, to go to their family doctor, or in a real crisis to go to the emergency room. They haven't seen a healthcare provider at that point. They're actually seeking that help. I truly believe everyone in this House wants that person to get the help that they need. No one questions that. But, Mr. Speaker, it is not happening. We're bringing example after example here to this House. There's no need to question our health providers. When they're there to provide that help, someone can be saved. In some cases, a life can be saved, Mr. Speaker. So will the Premier now admit or agree with us there is a crisis in the delivery of mental health, particularly when it reaches the point of suicide and call a public inquiry so we can marshal the resources and identify what's needed to close these gaps so people get the crisis help that they need.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. The Minister of Health for the last 2.5 years has been working diligently with clinicians across this province to ensure that they transform the mental health delivery service, to working with the expertise that is being provided to his department, working and talking about community-based investment, that we're working to ensure that families get the supports they need as close to home. Very proud of the work that the School Plus program is doing. Dr. Stan Kuchar has been working extremely hard, ensuring that we begin to identify early on in our children if there are mental health issues, that we can address them early on. And we're going to continue to work with our healthcare providers. We're going to rely on their expertise, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that we follow the best protocols in dealing with mental health issues across this province, and that we're there for families when they need them. There is no question, Mr. Speaker, when a family is in crisis, we need to have a robust system that can be able to respond to that individual and support that family. And it pains everyone in this House when we hear of some of the stories that have been hearing, but we as a government are relying on the healthcare professionals who are asking us to put in place the right protocols and procedures to help them deal with those patients.
The Honourable Leader in the House for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, since it took office, this government's plan has been to delay incurring any cost associated with replacing the VG. The initial work undertaken by the NDP government has been stalled for 2.5 years, while the government has been amalgamating the health authorities and picking fights with healthcare workers. Now, last year, when the Centennial and the VG buildings were with them both in disrepair, this government actually underspent its hospital infrastructure budget by $27 million. So my question is, why has the Premier put his austerity agenda ahead of the need to get going on replacing the VG?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. One of the first decisions that we made, Mr. Speaker, coming to government was the investment we're making in the Dartmouth General Hospital, where we're remodeling the 3rd and 4th floor, which we're removing about 50 beds out of the VG into Dartmouth, where there will be 4 additional ORs that will be removed out of the VG to the Dartmouth site. That will require 8. The 5th floor will be renovated, Mr. Speaker, to provide services to those Nova Scotians. I'm really proud of the fact that a community organization across called the Hospice Organization for Halifax has been working extremely hard to provide end-of-life care, Mr. Speaker, in a way, in a setting that I believe Nova Scotians are looking for, and one that we're proud to work with them, and hopefully we can find an operational agreement with them to make sure that we have that option, which means some palliative care beds will be removed out of the current site. Very proud of the fact, working with clinicians across this province and healthcare providers, today we were able to announce the vision around where we're going to go in the HI site. I'm really excited about the community outpatient clinic that will be outside of the centre core, Mr. Speaker. Very proud of the fact that healthcare providers working with clinicians identified there was space in West Hants Hospital to provide over 800 surgeries down there, Mr. Speaker. That's not sitting by, Mr. Speaker. That's maximizing our healthcare infrastructure that we have, and it's understanding, Mr. Speaker, what clinicians and healthcare providers have been looking for.
The Honourable Leader in the House for the New Democratic Party.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the government's plan announced today calls for renovations and construction of existing facilities to begin in the short term. However, this work does not seem to be reflected in the budget. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the budget for hospital infrastructure has been cut by over $8 million this year. So my question for the Premier, why are planned renovations to existing facilities not reflected in the budget?
The Honourable Premier.
They are, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. As you know, the Hospice Society will be building that piece of infrastructure, the entire capital cost. We're working on arrangement on an operational side. If she looks, some of our TCA was unallocated and worked towards the Windsor OR that we'll be able to make sure is up and running, Mr. Speaker. We've also budgeted for the design work on the 5th floor of the HI facility, the Halifax Infirmary. That work is ongoing, as well as we budgeted for the design work of the community outpatients facility and the new work that's happening on the Halifax Infirmary site in terms of the expansion and development of that site. It would be inappropriate, Mr. Speaker, for our government to make any commitment until we actually get the true cost of what that was in, and I made a commitment to Nova Scotians that we will do so. But in the process, Mr. Speaker, as we do the design work, we're going to work with clinicians and healthcare providers across this province to ensure not only do we build a new facility, Mr. Speaker, but we're going to provide an environment, Mr. Speaker, with their expertise that will be there for the next 50 years, looking ahead, not looking back.
The Honourable Leader in the House for the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, during today's announcement, the Premier left open the idea of using the P3 model for expanding post-operative facilities. The P3 model has been criticized by Auditor Generals from across the country. In the fall, our caucus tabled a briefing note from this government's own Deputy Minister of Health, which highlighted the many criticisms associated with the P3 model. So my question is to the Premier, given all the evidence against the P3 model, why is he still considering this approach for health facilities?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, anytime something new comes into the system, there's always people to criticize. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to make a public policy decision that will be the next 50 years because I'm afraid someone might criticize me, Mr. Speaker. Fact of the matter is we're going to be looking at what is the best economic value for Nova Scotians to ensure that we get the health care system that they deserve, Mr. Speaker, and we're looking forward to working with our health care providers to make sure that when we go out to Nova Scotians to tell them the cost of this thing, that we've looked at every possibility of funding this health care facility, and P3 will be one of those options, Mr. Speaker, as well as we'll look at it as that Nova Scotians doing it. And we're looking forward to being engaged with Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker, looking forward, solving a problem, and, Mr. Speaker, looking ahead like Nova Scotians always do.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We know that buildings, the Victoria General site of the QE2, have been plagued with floods, Legionella, rodents, and countless issues for many years. Nova Scotians have eagerly waited for a plan to see the facility replaced and demolished. Today's announcement provided no information on contributions by the federal government or the province's share for that matter. The Premier capitalized on how much Nova Scotians want to see a new facility by making it a purely political stunt with no plan. When will the Premier disclose the facts and figures of this plan to Nova Scotians?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I'm not sure where he was today, but it sounds like he was in La La Land, Mr. Speaker. But the fact of the matter is, we've made a commitment, Mr. Speaker. We budgeted for the design work on the 5th floor of the HI site. We've committed $132 million to the renovations in Darkland, Mr. Speaker. We made a commitment to the design work that's going to take place at the new facility and the community health facility, Mr. Speaker. We're looking forward to making sure that when we get to the design work, we put it out at RFP, when the cost comes in, we'll communicate that to Nova Scotians. But there's one thing, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member should remember. While he sat still as the Minister of Health, this Minister of Health is acting, and his Premier is going to support him.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
I laugh so much at that one, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that the minister wasn't even invited to the stage to talk today. So I don't know why he was being quieted down when he made this great announcement today, because maybe he knows there's actually no detail to be released to Nova Scotians on the replacement of the VG site. That's why. Further to the lack of detail we received this morning, there was no indication on whether or not this project would be private-public partnership, where each facility would be located, which procedures would be available. The government had once again made an announcement to make a plan, to do another plan, Mr. Speaker. Nova Scotians deserve better than what they were provided this morning on the replacement of the VG site. My question to the Premier is, why did the Premier not ensure a true plan was in place before making such an important announcement?
A question to the Speaker wouldn't be bad once in a while, you know. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank, Mr. Speaker, the healthcare providers who were there, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank members of the public service.
Order,
who were
please.
There,
the Honourable Premier has the floor.
I want to thank all of the members, Mr. Speaker, of the Health Authority, of TIR who were there, Mr. Speaker, in the briefing that laid out much of the detail the honourable member is talking about. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't a political event. Why would we end up having more than one political figure standing up speaking to the issue? But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. The Honourable Premier has the floor.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure if the honourable member follows the news, he will have heard what the Minister of Health had to say, Mr. Speaker. That's usually where they get their information from.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many Nova Scotians are concerned to learn that the government made the decision this week to cut $3.1 million from Nova Scotia's nursing home facility-based care budget. This decision to reduce funding to nursing homes is concerning on many levels, but especially so given our aging population. So I'd like to ask the Premier, how can the Premier justify cutting $3.1 million from nursing homes given our province's demographics?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, working with our partners across this province, the honourable member is referring to 1% out of that budget. We believe that 1% can be achieved through the administrative costs, working collaboratively among a number of facilities, whether it is through procurement. A number of these homes are owned by the same operator. We believe this is an achievable number without affecting patient care.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
So what about the thousands of seniors on the waiting list, Mr. Speaker? That 1% they're concerned with. Eliminating millions of dollars of funding to nursing homes means that resources will be stretched thin and making it more difficult for our long-term care healthcare workers to maintain the quality of care that is needed, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, the Premier cut $3.1 million in funding for nursing homes. He also cut $1.3 million from continuing care risk mitigations, the very people who make sure our seniors are being cared for adequately in nursing homes. So my question to the Premier, can he say that he's proud with his decision to cut the budget from our province's long-term care system?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. First of all, I want to assure the honourable member that health care providers and long-term care facilities across this province will continue to provide the top quality care that they've been providing, Mr. Speaker, and they'll do so with the support of this government, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate the Minister of Health for the work that he's been doing. We're at an all-time low when it comes to the wait list for long-term care facilities, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to work with service providers across this province to ensure that Nova Scotians receive the care where and when they want it, Mr. Speaker. That's why we've invested in home care for the third budget in a row. We're going to continue to work with our providers, and Mr. Speaker, that 1% reduction we believe can come out of administration. We're prepared to work with our providers to make that happen.
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
Question for the Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, it's very sad to hear of the deaths of two young men in this city. Our thoughts are with their families and friends, and our thoughts and prayers are with them at this time. Mr. Speaker, this brings the total number of murders up to 6 in HRM since the start of the year. We know the police are doing all they can, investigating these matters and attempting to restore peace in the community. Has the Minister of Justice met with HRM police officials to ensure they have all the resources and tools that they need to have at this difficult time?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable member opposite raises a very important question, one that certainly troubles us as well, and I know is of great concern to the people of Nova Scotia. And again, I'd like to echo his sentiment about our concern for the families that have been impacted and the communities that are impacted by the loss of these young lives. Mr. Speaker, the HRP issued a statement yesterday, and it was a joint statement, RCMP and police, talking about their efforts, that they're working round the clock on the investigations, reassuring the public as well of the safety, and that is paramount concern, and that's certainly the way the Justice Ministry regards it as well. We are always in touch with them. I have not gotten involved in any of the investigations, but our public safety is always in touch with the RCMP.
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
Well, Mr. Speaker, and it is concerning in the budget, Mr. Speaker, that we're seeing a reduction in the Boots on the Street program. I know there are many causes of crime, but certainly this is a program that has helped, certainly correlated with a reduction in crime in the province. Mr. Speaker, the Minister was unable to say how many officers will be eliminated with that decision. Will the Minister tell us today how many police officers will be eliminated as a result of that budget decision?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I indicated before, we're about to do a review of the positions and where they can be most effective and how policing should be delivered. It's important to note, I did say the other day that the program is valued at $16.2 million. That's a substantial commitment, and it currently has, I think, 138 additional officers paid for by the province of Nova Scotia to help with the safety in our province against a backdrop of declining violent crime. It has gone down. And also the fact that when this was introduced, we were well below the national average on the number of police officers per capita. We are now above that. So I think that's important to note. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to just table a document that talks about the number of police we have in the province per capita, just so that all members of the House have access to that information as well. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney River, Myra, Lewisburg.
Right. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest the Minister of TIR put his earpiece in. Mr. Speaker, there has been significant confusion and concern in Nova Scotia about the enforcement of National Safety Code 11B for trucks and trailers. The trucking industry is concerned about the inspection process for brakes. It has not been made clear to them whether wheel-off inspections will be required in all classes, and if so, this would add a considerable amount of time and cost to the inspection. So my question to the Minister is this. Excuse me. My question for the Minister will be, will the Minister clarify when wheel-off inspections will be required and how his department intends to move ahead with the enforcement of this national standard?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
I missed that question, Mr. Speaker, with the member. I'm just kidding. Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for struggling through that question, and it is an important one. I met with a group led by Jerry Fulton, who probably brought the same issue to the member. The reality is that the member's description isn't that far off. It is a national standard. Our idea and the intent and what was provided to our motor vehicle inspectors and representatives here in Nova Scotia was that it would be applied to each and every province. The industry is hearing contrary, and they're saying that it's not being applied everywhere. So obviously, if it's not being applied to the full extent in our neighbour provinces in particular, that's an issue for us. So we have taken that. We're looking at talking with the other provinces to get the full scope, and we're not going to make any decisions until we know with certainty that it's being applied across the board. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney River, Myra, Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for that answer. The trucking industry wants to have it made clear what the limited inspections will be acceptable, or is it going to be wheel-off inspections. The standard applies to all commercial trucks, trailers, and buses. We know that trucks at small rural fire departments are hardly commercial, don't travel great distances, and the added cost of enforcing the standard could add costs to these departments that they simply can't afford. So I will ask the Minister, will the Minister please clarify how this standard will be applied to fire trucks in the dozens of volunteer fire departments in our province?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, it ultimately goes back to the regulation, obviously, as we've discussed with the association, with the organization that came to meet me directly here in the city, is that we've got to know that safety trumps and paramounts every other aspect, and obviously no trucker, no organization, no private sector operator wants to put themselves or their staff in jeopardy and at risk. There's no doubt about that. So we've got to determine if this is a pure safety aspect of this inspection. It is additional time. It's certainly additional cost to have these vehicles have their wheels pulled completely off the axle. So we are doing that investigation, Mr. Speaker. We do understand the impact. The group made a very compelling case, but we have to know that our fellow provinces across the board are applying this, and if that's the case, we'll look at clarifying that information. But we are holding steady now, and we're going to get more information back to the group. Thank you very much.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question through you will be to the Minister of Health. During the 2013 campaign, the Liberals promised every Nova Scotian would have a family doctor. When asked in October 2014, actually the member for Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg, could use a doctor right now. When asked in 2014 about the status of this promise, the minister said that 94% of Nova Scotians had a family doctor. This minister, I think, overlooked the more than 56,000 Nova Scotians who do not have access to a family doctor. This week, Doctors Nova Scotia highlighted its disappointment in the fact that there was no investment for family physicians in this budget. So my question to the minister is, how does the minister expect his government to fulfill their campaign promise if no investments are being made for more family physicians?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would preface my answer to the member opposite by saying today we had the most significant hospital announcement in a couple of decades, and it's an announcement for it's an announcement for Atlantic Canada, and rightly so. The Premier should be making that stellar announcement.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
No, he already answered. I'm sorry. Well, well, if he goes for the laugh track, I mean, there you go. Thank you much, because you didn't really answer the question there. So not only do tens of thousands of Nova Scotians not have access to a family physician, but collaborative emergency centres are being forced to close, as we hear from the member for Shelburne tell us every time during the member statements. These centres were designed to help those living in areas with frequent emergency room closures and a few family doctors. Nova Scotians are now seeing this government does not see their campaign promise as being a priority. Does the minister plan to fulfill his government's promise to provide a family doctor for every Nova Scotian, as they promised in their election platform?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As the member opposite knows, there will always be challenges to get physicians to every part of the province where we need doctors. We also have about 3% of the population that do not ask for a primary care provider. In this budget, there is $6 million additional dollars for physicians. I'm pleased to say that there will be 40 new physicians starting in Metro, 10 new physicians in Cape Breton, and due to the residency program that we've supported in Yarmouth, Shelburne will get a new doctor come July.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister responsible for Part 1 of the Gaming Control Act. Yesterday, the Minister was so busy coming up with insults about a situation he actually knows nothing about and practicing his best Donald Trump-style bullying that he forgot to answer the question I asked. So again, how many fewer
please. Inferring that other members are bullying is unparliamentary. I'll ask you to retract that.
Mr. Speaker, how many fewer VLTs will there be in Nova Scotia by the end of this fiscal year?
The Honourable Minister responsible for the Gaming Act.
Speaker, we're very fortunate in Nova Scotia to have a regulated gaming system that practices responsibility in ensuring that people are gaming in a safe way, while at the same time that the revenues that come from that are there to benefit all Nova Scotians. We'll certainly continue to ensure that our gaming industry runs very smoothly in our province.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Mr. Speaker, he still didn't answer the question, which is how many VLTs will there be in the end? And he knows that there was an attrition policy and they were being taken out in each of the previous years. Those numbers should be readily available, quite frankly. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I noticed that in many jurisdictions VLT play is declining, and I will table some additional information on that today. And often it's to things like online gaming. In 2010, the only province in Canada, for example, to see an increase was Saskatchewan, and that trend has continued. Mr. Speaker, the minister said yesterday that they have replaced the games on terminals with more attractive products. So, Mr. Speaker, based on that statement, does this mean the government is actively working to increase VLT revenue?
The Honourable Minister responsible for the Gaming Act.
Mr. Speaker, we're very proud of the gaming system that we have in the province, the cooperation that we have. We're one of the only provinces in the Atlantic region that has its own provincial gaming authority that works directly with Atlantic Lotto, that is continually reviewing what is available for gaming and again ensuring that there is responsible gaming taking place. Many of the terminals, all of the terminals now have safety features that are put on them to ensure that players are gaming responsibly, and we'll certainly continue to work closely with our partners to have a safe, regulated gaming industry in Nova Scotia.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has no immediate plans to address the dilemma faced by many Nova Scotians who cannot find a family physician. The Nova Scotia Health Authority provides a toll-free number for patients to call, and the minister has responded to my question and letter with that same number, Mr. Speaker. But I'd like to table an email sent out from the Health Authority to physicians that state due to the number of family physicians, patients who call the number may have to wait up to 6 months for their call to be returned. Mr. Speaker, my question to the minister is, why would it take up to 6 months for the Department or Health Authority to simply return a call to patients in need of a family physician in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And if it's referring to recruitment for a particular location and practice, maybe it was a case of wanting to get up-to-date information. Nevertheless, I will check out why that delay is taking place. I think the member opposite does ask an important question when patients need to know information immediately.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, in 2013, the Premier promised to ensure a doctor for every Nova Scotian, and I'll table that, Mr. Speaker. However, instead of attracting doctors, this government seems to be more interested in creating headaches for doctors we have now. I'm hearing from physicians across the province who are upset with the new erroneous credentialing process being instituted by the Mega Health Board, Mr. Speaker. Physicians are already required to go through credentialing process with the College of Physicians here in Nova Scotia. So my question to the minister, does he not trust the College of Physicians to provide accurate credentials for doctors practicing here in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, we have the greatest support for the college and the decisions they make. In terms of the NSHA, what they are actually doing is reviewing the full possible scope of practice and areas where they can go. Some of that is required in terms of management process. There was also some conflicting information that did come across CBC this week, and I think the department has moved to make sure that all doctors are aware of the process.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions to the Minister of Labour and Advanced Education. Both Ontario and New Brunswick have announced plans to cover tuition for students from lower-income households. Nova Scotia universities rely on students from other provinces to fill our seats, with only 48% of our students being from this province. My question to the Minister is, when will the government know the impact of these changes in other provinces will have on the enrolment of Nova Scotia's universities?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. We don't have all the details from the various plans from the other provinces. It does appear that New Brunswick's is tied to students staying in that province. Ontario's, last time we had a conversation with them, did not appear to be that way. They're in the middle of revamping, so we don't have any information on that. What I can tell you is I've spoken to a number of university presidents, and they're telling me that their expected enrollment is up because they've had more inquiries and more conversations with students in other provinces. I can tell you other provinces, Mr. Speaker, would be happy to have the percentage of out-of-province students that Nova Scotia has. We're the envy of the rest of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that answer. Mr. Speaker, there are fixed costs associated with these universities, and declining enrollment due to being uncompetitive will increase the cost for all taxpayers. We can't risk losing these students to other provinces. So my question to the Minister is, what plan does the government have to address losing enrollment to other provinces due to uncompetitive tuition rates?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Advanced Education.
I want to thank the honourable member. There's no indication at this point that we are in fact losing any students, Mr. Speaker. And I would remind the honourable member that the student assistance programs actually follow the students from their originating home into other provinces. So until we have a handle on what is happening with other provinces, we really can't make any plans for an enrollment disruption. I will say, Mr. Speaker, that I indicated yesterday that I have met with the Saudi Arabian Cultural Bureau, and we have indications that they have restored the King Abdullah Scholarship eligibility for one of our universities, and we look forward to seeing more students come as well. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage. Mr. Speaker, public libraries have not seen a real increase in their core provincial-based grant in 6 years. Now it appears we are looking at a 7th year of frozen provincial funding. During the 2013 provincial election, the current government assured the Pictou Antigonish Regional Library Board that they would work with all library boards to create a sustainable future. My question to the Minister, why did this government break their promise to help Nova Scotia regional libraries?
The Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. This government puts $14.4 million into libraries. Libraries are vital and really important to our communities. So we do continue to work with the libraries. The library board itself came to us and asked us to do a review. We are working on that review with them currently.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, more detail will be exposed during estimates, but Tuesday's budget showed a net position of $71.1 million. However, there appeared to be a $1.5 million cut to archives, libraries, and museums. Regional libraries are faced to make tough decisions, perhaps closing up to 1 day per week, shorter hours, and cutting staff. In fact, many part-time staff may lose their benefits. The answer is for government to make a small investment. Even $500,000 over 3 years would keep libraries afloat. My question to the Minister, will the Minister commit today to providing Nova Scotia regional libraries a reasonable sum so they can continue their core services and contribute to overall community development and well-being?
The Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, the $14.4 million that I spoke about is just a contribution. The library boards do get funding from municipalities, from the library boards, and private partners. That being said, as I said, there has been a review. There was a review committee struck with municipalities, with the library boards, with members from Culture and Heritage, with members from the municipal affairs, and members from the boards themselves. They sat down, they spoke with us, they shared with us their points of view about this review. We are looking at it. We will reach out to those members and those stakeholders shortly, and we will continue to work with them to try to come up with a solution.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, in a press release entitled Government Investing in Health Facilities from the Department of Health and Wellness dated December 23, 2013, it stated this: patients in Halifax, Kentville, Bridgewater and Dartmouth will have better access to dialysis treatment with a $5 million investment in the 2014-15 to expand services. Mr. Speaker, my question to you for the Minister of Health and Wellness is this: when will the residents of the Valley see this improved dialysis service in Kentville?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As the member opposite knows, this is a provincial program, the provincial renal program, and they really trigger when they are completely ready, with design and all of the requirements that go into dialysis. And we had a meeting recently, the Premier and I, and we asked for a few questions that needed to be answered, and that's in process now.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, I have a friend on dialysis. His name is Peter, and he has to go 3 days a week to Halifax. It's a 4 to 6 hour time in the renal unit plus travel, and he can't drive himself. He needs to have a driver. When he realized the daunting difficulty of achieving this in his life, and he asked someone, and I don't know who it was in the Department of Health and Wellness, what he should do. He was told quite bluntly, move to Halifax. That was the solution. While we talk about this for a couple of years, my question for the Minister is this what the Minister would advise people in the Valley, like my friend Peter, in the difficulty of the realities of dialysis?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very familiar with this program, and I look at some of the advances that have been made across Nova Scotia in developing a provincial lens to meet as many regional and geographic areas as possible. It is truly a hardship when patients have to travel extreme distances and time, along with the lengthy period of 4 or 5 hours of dialysis. And we are moving as quickly as possible to get dialysis across Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't take much to have the highest per capita spending in a small province like Nova Scotia, where population is less than 1 million people. But the experience of women's centres in this province does not back up the community services' recent rosy claims. The reality is that women's centres across the province are struggling to meet increasingly complex needs in their communities. They're expected to hire and retain staff and offer essential programming with inadequate and unstable funding. So my question, Mr. Speaker, can the minister please tell us if she finds the level of funding for women's centres in this budget to be acceptable?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. When we came into government in 2013, part of our campaign commitment was $500,000 increase to transition houses, women's centres, and for the first time ever, I might add, second stage housing for women and children. When the funding decisions were made on that, what that resulted was an increase in funding to all nine women's centres across the province of $15,200, essentially bringing their funding up to $217,000. They do great work. They do a lot of project work. They get different grants from private and public partners. And so, yes, I am happy with the service level agreements that will go forth in the coming months and with the funding levels that are currently available in the province.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also agree. I think that's wonderful that they did the work that they did when they came in office, but I think we also have to give credit where it's due because, for instance, the previous NDP government also gave women's centres $500,000, which was their first raise in 20 years, and we actually introduced the sexual violence strategy, so I'm very happy to hear that the government's continuing on with that. So this budget, however, does continue to hold the line on funding for women's centres. So although the government seems quite happy to pat themselves on the back about this, there's little in the budget that will actually advance the status of women in Nova Scotia. So could the minister please explain exactly how this budget does address the issues affecting the lives of Nova Scotian women?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to correct the member. This government did the sexual violence strategy with a 3-year, $6 million commitment to every corner of this province, and don't ever mistake what we have done over the last 2 years of being started in the previous government. One of the things that I did as minister, one of the first things I did as minister was that I actually took all of the women-serving organizations out of the Department of Community Services and put them under the status of women where they belong, so that every time government met with every organization that serves women, it was done so with a feminist lens, because for too long, women's organizations in this province were lost in the magnitude of bureaucracy of the Department of Community Services. I'm proud of this budget. I'm proud of this government. We have worked with women across this province, and to say anything otherwise is not true.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last summer, the Department of Health pressed pause on the number of doctors who were able to use the electronic medical records in provincial hospitals. I have the CBC News article that I can table as well. At the time, doctors in Nova Scotia feared this break would deter doctors from using the systems in the future. In this year's budget, they expressed their dismay that there was no investment in a single province-wide electronic medical record system. With no investment in a province-wide system, is the minister concerned that a further delay will even deter more health professionals from using electronic medical records.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We know that there are doctors who join on and use medical records, every day. The incentive plan that was there was to get that huge number of doctors in the system very, very quickly. Many offices now that doctors are going to will have certainly some electronic medical records.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
From the article, you can see that by pressing pause, no new doctors are able to get on the system, or no existing clinics are able to transfer their information into the electronic system. You know, Mr. Speaker, the ability to see a patient's full medical history and record can go a very long way in preventing mistakes and more precise diagnoses. This is the many ways we can protect Nova Scotians and healthcare workers from being misinformed and encourage better better patient care. After years of waiting, when can physicians and healthcare professionals finally see a province-wide system that is compatible in all hospitals and clinics?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And a member opposite the former Health Minister asks a very, very important and relevant question. This was an area that we did put on hold for a year. We wanted to explore what was available in the marketplace. We will, in fact, during this fiscal year, we will be venturing forward to advance the OPOR. And I know there are many clinicians across the province that look forward to that day. We will also have a number of doctors who will work through the remaining years of their practice without electronic medical records, but the goal is to eventually reach 100% of our doctors using the electronic medical records, and to finally in this province have not 3 systems, but 1 system for doctors.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question through you is to the Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage. 3 years ago, the government announced that it would be creating a comprehensive cultural strategy to establish a vision and direction for supporting culture, and I'll table that. After consultations, the final report was expected to be completed in March. Will the Minister be tabling this report in the Legislature in this sitting?
The Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage.
Sorry. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I was interrupted. If I may ask the member to repeat that, please, for me.
Can the member repeat the question? The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 years ago, the government announced that it would be creating a comprehensive cultural strategy to establish a vision and direction for supporting culture. After consultations, the final report was expected to be completed in March. Will the Minister be tabling the report this sitting?
The Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that question. Our government really values a strong culture. And that strong cultural sector is very important to our economic growth in this province. That being said, we have heard from many people in the cultural sector, and we are still reviewing that report, and I expect that sometime early spring you should get some information on that report.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that the department has recruited companies to lead consultations on the Cultural Action Plan. Nova Scotians want their government to find better ways to support and celebrate our vibrant and diverse culture. Will the Minister please tell the House the cost of the consultants and when actually he expects to deliver the report?
The Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage.
Thank you for the question. As I said, we will table the report, and we will provide you the information once it is completed. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader in the House for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, Dalhousie University's Board of Governors voted on Tuesday to raise tuition fees for all students effective September 2016. When mandatory additional fees are factored in, the annual cost for Canadian students to attend even the least expensive undergraduate program at Dalhousie will exceed $8,000, and the cost for other programs very close to $15,000. Well, it's no wonder that 200 students are using the university's food banks every month. Is the minister satisfied with this situation, and does she find that this to be an acceptable situation?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. Yesterday, the honourable member referenced a slap in the face, and far from being a slap in the face, Mr. Speaker, our student assistance program is 100 million reasons why it's important for young people to attend school. Because $100 million, Mr. Speaker, is what the taxpayers of Nova Scotia spend each year to assist young people to go to school. $65 million of that, Mr. Speaker, more than $65 million of that is invested every year to make sure that post-secondary students graduate with reduced debt. Thank
Order,
you.
please. Time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. We'll now move on to government business. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I would move that you do now leave the chair and that the House resolve itself into a committee on estimates.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'm looking to speak going into supply. Is that now? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that opportunity. It is my privilege to speak going into supply today, Mr. Speaker. It seems like a very good day to do this, actually, since we have the VG non-announcement, really, the re-announcement of things that have been in place for years. Mr. Speaker, with no money attached, the one big question that all Nova Scotians have about the new plan for the VG is how much is it going to cost? How are we going to pay for it? Mr. Speaker, clearly one of the main elements of a plan as big as this in particular is how are you going to pay for it? And Mr. Speaker, there was no information on that today. None, Mr. Speaker. This actually relates very directly to the budget, because now we have a government that's allocating money to a plan that has no detail. And not just a little bit of money, Mr. Speaker, but as Nova Scotians learned in the budget a few days ago, 90% of the surplus the government claims to have generated comes from a one-time windfall meant to pay for the Trade Centre, which has magically been renamed as a contribution to the VG. Mr. Speaker, $110 million that has been allocated to a plan where there is no information on what buildings are going to be renovated, no information on exactly which services are going to go where, Mr. Speaker. A hospice plan that's been well developed by the Hospice Society and 100% paid for by the Hospice Society, Mr. Speaker. A vague reference to public-private partnership with no indication of what that might be or how much that might cost or save. However, the government is happy to throw $110 million at a document that says someday we hope to have a more detailed plan. Mr. Speaker, no wonder Nova Scotians are scratching their head about the budget that was tabled the day before yesterday. No wonder they're so outraged by the Yarmouth Ferry deal, which is a very bad deal, which will cost them $100 million minimum, Mr. Speaker, over the next 10 years, when they see the government throwing money around like this without a plan. My colleague who sits next to me called it a political announcement this morning, Mr. Speaker, pointed out that the Minister of Health wasn't even part of the announcement. Mr. Speaker, a pretty good point, I think, that he made, backed up by the fact that there is no detail and there is no indication of total cost. All we know from the budget is that the government's going to take $110 million that's already been put into the new Nova Centre and call it something else and spend it again, Mr. Speaker, on some new VG plan, details to be determined. Mr. Speaker, that's not a competent way to go about managing the finances of the province, and it's certainly not a competent way to go about telling Nova Scotians what a real plan for the VG site is, Mr. Speaker. No wonder there's been so much skepticism about the budget itself. I think Nova Scotians got the picture pretty clearly the other day, Mr. Speaker, when they scoffed at the idea that it's balanced at all. When they see the Liberal government doing exactly what they used to condemn the previous NDP government for doing, which is creating jacked up tax revenues that are going to magically rain down on them, to say that suddenly all is good, Mr. Speaker. What's particularly galling is that the Liberal government spent 2 years telling Nova Scotians that things are tough, that it's doom and gloom, that there's no money. As recently as 3 months ago, they were telling Nova Scotians that they may have a $240 million deficit this year, and Nova Scotians were accepting of that at the time and accepting of the idea that we all need to do our bit. Now, in one day, this week, Mr. Speaker, that message is thrown out, and a new talking point is circulated to the members of the government caucus, which says that the heavens have opened up, that the sun is shining, and that money is falling down upon them. Well, Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians are not that gullible. They can see through that. They've seen this movie before. It was only a few years ago that, as the NDP got into their 3rd and 4th year, that they did the same thing. Mr. Speaker, the person who is now the Minister of Justice was very eloquent when she pointed out the fallacy of that kind of budgeting. And we all know what happened to the NDP in the end, Mr. Speaker, and no wonder, because when a government makes up these magical revenue numbers to try and create the impression that things are better than they are, you know who they're fooling, Mr. Speaker? They are only fooling themselves. I'm sure every Nova Scotian saw the editorial cartoon in the Halifax Herald today, Mr. Speaker, and they saw the allusion there and got the message that there is no surplus, that it's really a deficit hidden within the surplus, that it's a mirage that has been brought to you by the government, today's government of Nova Scotia. Well, Mr. Speaker, at the very least, when it comes to budgeting, Mr. Speaker, the actual ordering of the priorities of the government, Nova Scotians deserve the truth. They deserve an honest assessment of where we are, Mr. Speaker. That's why they can't trust the budget that was brought forward the day before yesterday. That's why they know they can't trust the political announcement about the VG site that was made today, when it has no numbers, when it has no plan, when it doesn't say where things are going or who the partners will be. Mr. Speaker, no wonder they are so skeptical. Mr. Speaker, one of the claims the government made was that there are no tax increases in this budget. Well, that's just simply not the case. Other than the cigarette taxes, of course, which they did disclose. The only place there wasn't any smoke was in the cigarette tax, where they were very clear that's going up, Mr. Speaker. Everywhere else, lots of smoke, but not on cigarette taxes. And I'll give you an example, Mr. Speaker. They say there's no tax increase. Not true. Fact of the matter is that as long as the government insists on being the recipient of bracket creep, of reaping the extra taxes that come from having Nova Scotians pay more and more every year naturally because our tax brackets are de-indexed from inflation, or, I think even a better way to put it, de-indexed from reality, where the government just has to budget and keep quiet and millions of more flow into the government coffers every year, Mr. Speaker, from the same number of Nova Scotians making the same wages or having tiny increases, Mr. Speaker, in these tough times, and no more people working, but the tax revenue is going up. Mr. Speaker, bracket creep is part of the reason that there's a hidden tax increase in this budget, as there has been in past budgets, something that the former Justice Minister, the current Justice Minister, used to oppose, now is the happy recipient of, Mr. Speaker. It is not correct Mr. Speaker, to say there is no income tax increase. There is a significant hidden income tax increase in this budget, Mr. Speaker. We'll be looking for other ones. After all, Mr. Speaker, when the government tries to claim that new revenue is raining down on them, really the only thing they can point to is this tax increase that's hidden in the budget. And others have spoken about it in the past. It is not fair. If the government would just be honest and just be upfront that it wishes to tax Nova Scotians more every year, they should have to bring that to the floor of the legislature and defend it, and we should pass it or reject it. But to allow taxes to go up naturally, Mr. Speaker, it's not only a hardship for Nova Scotians, which is the most important point, it's very undemocratic because it happens without any oversight in this House. Mr. Speaker, it's time to bring it to an end. It is time to bring it to an end. This budget would be in deficit today until the government came forward with an honest assessment of why they want a tax increase on income taxes, instead of allow it to happen without any oversight. Nova Scotians are fed up with a government that reaches deeper into their pockets every year without even telling them. In fact, telling them the opposite, that there is no tax increase. Well, there is a tax increase, Mr. Speaker. And for all those seniors, Mr. Speaker, who believe that for at least a little while their pharmacare premiums are frozen, Mr. Speaker, after all the apologies, after all the bills have come in for the government to apologize to them, Mr. Speaker, they remain very concerned about what is going to happen in the future of their pharmacare program. Part of the answer is actually in this budget. Mr. Speaker, you know, seniors certainly know, that the pharmacare program was set up on the principle that the government would pay 75%, and seniors would pay 25%. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's no longer the case. The budget documents are very clear that that is shifted from the government lowering its share to 70 and raising senior share to 30. It's in the estimate book itself, Mr. Speaker. The total cost of the program, $170 million, 5% more of it has been shifted onto the backs of seniors, instead of being picked up by the government, which was the original intent of the program. And that's before whatever changes are coming in the next budget from this government, Mr. Speaker, when they bring forward the plans that they have set aside for this 1 year. Mr. Speaker, again, like bracket creep, if the government had just been upfront with seniors that they needed money to make the program more sustainable, that they were prepared to continue with their own contribution, they would never have stumbled into the pharmacare scandal that they did stumble into, Mr. Speaker. But because they put out a press release where they tried to tell seniors that they were getting a break, when in fact seniors were paying more, and in many cases a lot more, Mr. Speaker, they ended up having to apologize and reverse the whole thing for now, because they were very clear that that reversal is, and that apology is just for now, Mr. Speaker. But in the meantime, seniors pay 5% more of the pharmacare costs than they were intended to pay. That is a hardship for today's seniors. If there's one message the seniors of Nova Scotia wanted to send the government loud and clear, it's that they are on a fixed income, that you can't just raise their premiums by press release and then hope they won't say anything. Mr. Speaker, when a person on a fixed income, like a pension, gets a big cash grab from this government, something else has to give. And that happens in way too many cases, Mr. Speaker. And sadly, sometimes what gives is the pharmacare program itself, when seniors go without the medicines they need because they can no longer afford them. The whole point of that program was that seniors could get the medicines they need, that they could afford the medicines they need, that the government would cover 75% of the cost. That's gone. It's down to 70, Mr. Speaker, and who knows where that will go in the future under this government, because they've been very clear that they are happy to reach deeper into seniors' pockets on pharmacare, and if some of them drop out, they're fine with that, Mr. Speaker. Well, we are not fine with that. No senior in this province should go without the medicines they need because of cost, Mr. Speaker. And if the government thinks they're saving money When they charge seniors more and some drop out, they are sadly mistaken. Because not only is it morally wrong to push a senior out of the pharmacare program, Mr. Speaker, we know that if they don't get the medicines they need, they won't be able to stay in their homes and live actively and be out in the community, that because of the marvels of modern drugs, that seniors are able to live active, healthy lives longer. But the minute that's taken away because of a greedy government, Mr. Speaker, some will eventually end up in long-term care where the government will be looking after them at a much higher cost, or in our emergency rooms, Mr. Speaker, God forbid, where they're going to need an intense, acute emergency assistance, Mr. Speaker. What a falsehood that the government thought they could ever save money or make life easier for seniors by jacking up their premiums, Mr. Speaker. Now, I do want to talk, Mr. Speaker, about the VLT revenue, the fact that it's jumping up by $27 million in 1 year, according to the budget. That one item on its own is more than the tiny surplus that they've conjured up, Mr. Speaker. I don't know of any Nova Scotian that wants the government to try and create a balanced budget by increasing the VLT revenues. Mr. Speaker, I cannot understand why the government would have it that way. And we've been asking about this in question period. And I've heard the answers, Mr. Speaker. I've heard the answers that there's new machines and they're more entertaining. Well, let's put it another way, Mr. Speaker. They're more addictive. And that's not right, Mr. Speaker. That is the problem. And when my play was canceled and gamblers who are at risk were left at risk, Mr. Speaker, which was well over a year and a half ago, nothing has come in to protect them, Mr. Speaker. Now we see this jump up in BLT revenues by $27 million. Another example of why the budget, the balance that they've conjured up is just a fiction, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go on for much longer, but I believe my time is up. But as some members like to say, stay tuned.
The Honourable Leader in the House for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been some really broad budget issues being questioned here with the recent budget that came out this week. But I am going to narrow it down, though, a little more specifically and refer back to some questions I asked of the Justice Minister earlier this week, and that relates to the Law Reform Commission. The Law Reform Commission has had its funding cut. They had been receiving about $185,000 from the province. They were also funded by the Law Foundation, approximately $100,000. I questioned the minister as to why, and she provided an explanation indicating that they had had plenty of time to look for alternate funding for a year. And Mr. Speaker, I think when you can understand the concept of the Law Reform Commission, you would understand how inappropriate it would be for them to do independent or private fundraising. It's really vital that their fundraising come from the province and the Law Foundation as it currently exists. The Commission, and I say this because it's vital that the Commission maintain an arm's length, and I believe that they have proven successfully that they have been able to do that. The Commission was formed in 1990. There were 7 commissioners. They were appointed through the government ABCs. They have 3 staff. Their goal is to modernize and improve reform legislation. And the Commission receives requests from all areas of the province, from governments, different caucuses, to do reviews of legislation. And what they will do, they will reach out to judges and lawyers, academics, members of the public, who for free will sit on a committee and research that particular piece of legislation that they are addressing. In speaking with the members from the Commission, they've indicated to me that there are many hours of free work that is dedicated to the Commission. They've calculated it to be in excess of 300,000 billable hours that $300,000 worth of billable hours, and that doesn't even deal with the research and reading time. They are, you know, it's when we think about what we are getting for virtually nothing, it's just not, incomprehensible to try to determine the rationale for cutting the funding to this valuable organization. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to recognize that the work, again, and I'd mentioned it before in question periods, it goes to, their focus is to deal with antiquated legislation. For example, before I cite examples of that, I just also wanted to state that the minister also used as a rationale for cutting the budget that there is no longer a Canadian Law Reform Commission, and I did point out that that was a commission that was cut under the Harper government, and it is my understanding that that position is being reconsidered. There is also a suggestion that there are no other law reform agencies, or very few throughout the country. And again, I would like to stress that the law reform agencies, there's only 4 provinces in the country who do not have them. All others, they may be called agencies as opposed to commissions, but that's just a semantic difference. They do the same work. And all of these agents are supported substantially by the government. And the reason for that, there's a very practical reason, aside from the very crucial point of it being arm's length. It also frees government departments. They simply don't have the capacity to undertake the amount of work that's involved in to review the legislation. And I'll just, most recently, the Powers of Attorney Act was reviewed, and a recommendation was forwarded to the minister. Again, the Matrimonial Property Act, which is seriously in need of revamping. They've done the work on that. But they go back to 1992. Just as an example, we had what was called enforcement of maintenance obligations in 1992, and the Law Reform Commission reviewed it, and the end result was the Maintenance Enforcement Program under the Maintenance Enforcement Act, which was put out in 1994. The review of the jury system, a reform of the jury system, that resulted in the Juries Act in 1998. From rhetoric to reality, ending domestic violence in Nova Scotia in 1995. They recommended administrative reforms. In response, the province trained 2,000 people in appropriate response to domestic violence and instituted a domestic violence monitoring committee. Legal status of the child born outside marriage. Yes, in 1995, such a statute existed in this province. Review by the Law Reform Commission resulted in the elimination of discrimination against illegitimate children in the Intestate Succession Act. That happened in 1999. The Adult Guardianship and Personal Health Care Decisions. The Law Reform Commission provided background for the Personal Directives Act in 2008. The Department of Justice is currently examining reforms to the Incompetent Persons Act. And again, what better body than the Law Reform Commission to assist the government in that task? Probate reform in 1999 resulted in the new Probate Act in 2000. Builders' liens resulted in the overhaul of the outdated Mechanics' Lien Act in 2004. Vexatious litigants, I'm not going to go through all of them, but I think it's really important to point that out. I will also point to the grandparent-grandchild access in May 2007 resulted in recognition of grandparents' rights to apply for access with leave of the court in 2012, and the inclusion the best interests of the child's factors in the Maintenance and Custody Act in 2013. The work that has been done is unbelievable, and there's two really significant aspects too that I want to stress. One being that there is a business component to this, as you could see from some of the legislation, builders' liens, for example. When people are looking at coming into the province and investing in the province, they're concerned about and look at what types of laws we have and what types of regulations we have. And if you don't go back and review this antiquated legislation, and businesses are concerned that they are going to be mired in unnecessary red tape, they will not be encouraged to come into Nova Scotia and to invest in the province. That is a really significant component. The other is the access to justice component. The Law Reform Commission takes to heart this issue of access to justice. The Supreme Court of Canada, through Justice Thomas Cromwell, initiated a huge study throughout the country with their goal of trying to improve people's access to justice. I think it's recognized, and I'm sure anyone in this legislature knows someone, if they haven't experienced it themselves directly, how challenging it can be to proceed through the courts, and not just through litigation, but just even to whatever the basic needs that a person may have when they are seeking legal advice. Whenever they're reviewing their legislation, they view any new proposals through this lens of access to justice. How can we make this legislation more accessible to the public? So their role, I cannot stress sufficiently how significant this body has been. I would also point out as well, and if the I do have the record here from Hansard from 2000, when the honourable member for Cape Breton-Richmond spoke in the House and quoted how important the Law Reform Commission is. Rather than reading it, I believe I will just table those documents. Okay, I will then, thank you. Since I do have the time. It must have been, let's see, so certainly, as it has been pointed out by the member for Halifax-Chebucto, it is just another indicator of the importance of the Law Reform Commission as an independent body to sit back and review some of these different acts that we have here in this province and try to point out to government some of the changes which should be made. Now, who would have thought that he could be so eloquent? With all due respect, he said, the staff in his department, I don't think they can ever replace the work that has been done by the Law Reform Commission. Then he goes on, he says, it is with sincere hope that the minister and his government will reconsider the decision to cut funding to the Law Reform Commission and will, after seeing this type of legislation, I have no doubt the abundance of legislation being thrown at us by this government is certainly in no small part due to the hard work of the Law Reform Commission over the years, and I hope the minister will consider that. I congratulate the member on his comments in that regard, and I will table those.
You smart back, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to address this portion of the proceedings, and especially following the budget that's been introduced in the House this week. I had the opportunity earlier in the week, upon the introduction of the budget, to speak to some members of the media in my local area. And of course, the question that was asked was, what's in the budget for Cumberland North? What's good in there for our area? And the answer to them, the only answer that I really could come up with, Mr. Speaker, is it's all good, because it's all good for Nova Scotians. And what's good for Nova Scotia is good for Cumberland North and all of the other ridings within the province. So where do I start to explain all of the good things and the positive things that we've been able to do in the short time since being elected to office in 2013? I think I should start by talking about some of the things that we've changed and some of the things that we don't do anymore. And I think some of the most significant things to talk about under that category come under the heading of economic development. Cumberland North has, over decades, generations, Mr. Speaker, certainly had its success or its share of economic development projects, and it's had its share of failed economic development projects. The old model, Mr. Speaker, of starting at the top and putting money at businesses and expecting those businesses to come in and give us something that we couldn't do for ourselves was a bad model, Mr. Speaker, and I, for one, am very pleased that it's gone. I have to say it's a very attractive model for politicians, and from that point of view, I can understand why it's stuck around for so long. People are constantly asking me, when are you going to do something? When are you going to bring a business to Cumberland North? When are you going to bring an industry to Amherst? We need 100 jobs. We need 200 jobs. And the attraction of that, Mr. Speaker, and even as a politician and as a representative, is strong, because who would like to do anything more than stand there and cut a ribbon on 200 jobs, Mr. Speaker? But we finally learned and we finally decided that this is a hit and miss approach. It's done. We're through with it. It can't work anymore. What are we going to do, Mr. Speaker? We have an entirely new approach. I'll call it a foundational approach. We've got to do the small things, and all of the small things add up to big things, and we have to start by building a strong foundation. And how do we do that? We do it by focusing on Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker, and on giving them the skills and the foundations that they need to make our province a success. Probably the thing that I'd like to talk about most that is included in this budget is the high level of support that we are providing to the early childhood years for the children of our province and the people who we give the responsibility to help our children. The early childhood educators shape our children's future. They do the things that we can't do. They provide an expertise that as parents we don't necessarily have. So that's why I am particularly pleased to see the increased attention being paid to early intervention. That's a system that identifies intellectual disabilities in children at a young age and puts those children on the right track towards receiving the support that they need to develop and learn. And that, Mr. Speaker, is very, very important to me. The other very important part of this is the emphasis being placed on early childhood education and the support that we have provided in this budget through $6 million for early childhood educators and for subsidies towards daycare. Now, it's an easy sell, Mr. Speaker, to say that we're going to spend this money just to provide good care to our children. And if that was the only benefit of it, it would still be worthwhile. But one of the important things that I think is being overlooked with respect to this particular spending measure is its role as an economic development tool. I see in my role as an MLA, and I saw in my previous role as a lawyer who represented numerous legal aid clients over 20 years, people who were in a position that they would go to work if they could afford to go to work, Mr. Speaker. And being on assistance or some other form of support as a single parent it's a wonderful opportunity that we do afford people in our society where they can have the ability and the support to stay home and care for their children on a full-time basis. But they're also in a financial situation, Mr. Speaker, where if childcare is required, for them to leave the house and to develop themselves as career-oriented individuals, that they may have a financial barrier there to doing that they may not be able to afford the childcare necessary to allow them to go out and go to work. This measure, Mr. Speaker, that increases the subsidies for childcare and provides a better wage for early childhood educators in that situation is an economic development measure that will allow those people to leave their homes and go out and ensure that their children are in good hands while they further their careers, Mr. Speaker. The next important building blocks of this foundation that we are creating, Mr. Speaker, is in the classrooms across the province, in our primary education system and in our secondary education system. And teachers work with our children and make our children into the vehicles that will shape the future of this province. And I have an extreme level of confidence in those people, in the teachers of our province, and I am extremely glad that our Minister of Education and the Department of Education, under her guidance, have listened to those teachers, asked them what they want, and have put in place an action plan that will help them to meet their needs to properly educate our children in our classrooms. Teachers came back and told our minister that what they need are manageable class sizes, less paperwork, and a better, more streamlined curriculum, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Education listened, and in the budget this week, we heard the class size limits are being expanded from primary to grade 6 in order to give those teachers the support that they need to do what's necessary to help our children move on. As a parent of 3 20-somethings, Mr. Speaker, I'm still somewhat occupied with the notion of getting the kids out the door and getting them off into their careers and helping them to establish themselves in the world. And I'm extremely proud of my 3 boys and what they've done and what they continue to accomplish. And I was quite concerned about something that I heard here in this chamber yesterday, Mr. Speaker, about a sentiment that was expressed by a member of this House during the time that we sat in the Public Accounts Committee. The member from Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River indicated in her questioning to the representatives of the Department of Labour and Advanced Education who were here that she had a fear, I think was the way that she put it, that our post-secondary institutions were turning into, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, little work factories, and I further quote that they were going to be producing little robots who were to be leaving those institutions and going off into the workforce. Well, I find that a very unfortunate sentiment, Mr. Speaker. I've been a participant in our post-secondary education system. I've got a couple of university degrees, so I've spent approximately 7 years in post-secondary institutions. I have a diploma from the former Cumberland Regional Vocational School, a career-oriented institution, and a fine one it was. And I've also spent some time as a part-time faculty member at the Nova Scotia Community College in their paralegal program, another excellent career-oriented institution. My 3 boys all attended career-oriented colleges, Mr. Speaker, and I will assure you that they are not robots. They are creative individuals, they are athletes, they're musicians, they produce visual arts. They are far from robots, Mr. Speaker, and I think it is extremely unfortunate when the opposition thinks that by focusing our post-secondary education system on preparing our children for the workforce, that's just, it's missing the point. It's missing the point, it's missing the boat. It's so wrong-headed that it's not even comprehensible, Mr. Speaker. The qualified, skilled, professional craftspeople that my sons have become are emblematic of what we need in the post-secondary institutions in this province. These are the kinds of people that we have to produce. They are well-rounded individuals who are prepared for life. And careers and jobs and work are a huge part of life, Mr. Speaker. And the things that we are doing in this budget are starting with the youngest children, and they are providing constant support, education to all children across the province, across all ages, so that they come out not only prepared for life, but prepared for work and their jobs and their careers, Mr. Speaker. I just want to end by saying I am extremely proud of being a part of this government that's done so much to work on these foundational issues. We're building a strong, economically diverse Nova Scotia, one hard decision at a time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion is carried. The House will now have a short recess while we resolve ourselves into the Committee on Supply.
The Committee of the Whole House on Supply will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We will be calling Resolution 39, resolved that sum not exceeding $460,766,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Transportation Infrastructure Renewal pursuant to the estimate, as well as Resolution 49, resolved that the business plan of Sydney Steel Corporation be approved. Resolution E50, resolved that the business plan of Nova Scotia Lands Incorporated be approved, and Resolution E51, resolved that the business plan of Harborside Commercial Park Incorporated be approved.
I would now like to invite the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal to make some opening comments, if he so wishes, and to introduce his staff to the members of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do wish to make a few comments, opening comments. I'll be brief. I know that the members opposite and on all sides of the House have lots of questions for me, so I'll give as much airtime as I can. Thank you for this opportunity. Obviously, before we begin formal remarks, Mr. Chair, I'd like to introduce the staff that are here with me today representing TIR. First, we have Bruce Fitzner, Chief Highway Engineer. We have Diane Surratt, Executive Director of Finance and Strategic Planning. We also have with us Alan Grant, Executive Director of Policy. Tom O'Hanley, my EA and buddy. Jason Contact from the Premier's Office. Brian Taylor, Media Relations Advisor. Pam Mentionton, did I get you, Pam? Director of Communications. How you doing? Good to see you. Deputy Minister Paul LaFleche couldn't be here, I'm sure much to the chagrin of all members. They're the folks who are here with us today. They're going to stay here and spend lots of time with us over the next couple hours, Mr. Speaker. But I want to say in sincerity, this is my one opportunity to do this, and then we'll move on to the serious business of TIR and government. But I have a tremendous amount of respect and trust for the staff that work together. This group and a few others work together every day, and we work really hard, and we do our very best on behalf of Nova Scotians. And I know all departments have the same type of impact for Nova Scotians and the people we serve and represent, which ultimately is the taxpayers. So I do thank the great work that my team does, that our team does collectively, and I'm proud to represent all of us today, and I'll certainly do my best to not mess it up. So with that, we'll move on. Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to describe all the work we do at TIR on behalf of the great province of Nova Scotia. Our mandate is to deliver quality public infrastructure for Nova Scotians by providing a transportation network for the safe and efficient movement of people and goods, and continuing to serve the building needs of government, departments and agencies. We manage the greatest share of government's capital budget that helps to pay for a substantial road and bridge network relative to the size of our province. We manage and maintain 23,000 kilometres of road that spans 4 regional districts, from Yarmouth to Amherst to the beautiful northern shores of Cape Breton. Our network also includes 4,300 bridges and 9 provincial ferries. I know these roads very well, Mr. Chair, especially the route from Halifax to my hometown and constituency of Glace Bay. I travel back and forth at least once a week, and I see firsthand the results of the day-to-day work of our TIR employees, how they handle the challenges of our Nova Scotia winters through ploughing and salting, how they're doing with filling the potholes that inevitably reveal themselves every spring, and how the results of their hard work during the summer and fall construction season is truly paying off for our road network. Each and every one of our TIR employees is committed to the delivery of safe roads that help keep people and the economy moving. We are responsible to manage the delivery of provincial buildings such as schools and correctional facilities, and maintain public structures such as provincial museums and this beautiful and historic Nova Scotia legislature. We also deliver major infrastructure projects such as the Halifax Convention Centre and the QE2 redevelopment project. You heard earlier today about plans to develop a healthcare system that better connects Nova Scotians to the care they need for the next 50 years and beyond, Mr. Chair. TIR is working with the Nova Scotia Health Authority and the Department of Health and Wellness to provide the infrastructure support to house those services. In addition to highways and public works, we are responsible for policy development related to road safety. TIR is responsible for the Motor Vehicle Act and for the delivery of legislation and regulations that help keep motorists safe on our roads. This year, we welcomed Nova Scotia Lands building services, real property services, and environmental services back to TIR from the Department of Internal Services. This reintegration, along with amortization of completed infrastructure projects such as Port Joli, Port Mattoon, Highway Realignment Project, accounts for an increase in our overall budget this year from $419 million to $460 million. We have approximately 150 capital projects in our 5-year plan this year, Mr. Chair, worth over $200 million, including the Granite Drive interchange on Highway 101, set to begin this fall, and the final piece of work to complete the Highway 104 project in Antigonish, which is a twinning project, which is expected to wrap up in November of this year. We are continuing with the Inglepoort interchange on Highway 103, and we'll be doing more work on the Cabot Trail this summer. We have a roundabout for Pictou in this year's program, and we'll begin to work to replace an interchange on Highway 102 where it meets with Highway 103. We need to maintain the highways that we build using an operating budget, Mr. Chair, of $216 million. This money is used for day-to-day operations of the departments such as snow and ice control, highway and bridge maintenance, field operations, fleet amortization, ferry operations, vehicle compliance, engineering, and construction services, as well as administration, professional services, employee benefits, rim work, and smaller highway and building projects. After 2 challenging winters in a row, Mr. Chair, we've had a better winter this year, which of course helps our overall road budget. And we've been able to reduce costs using newer techniques to manage snow and ice, such as pre-wetting pavement before a snow event. This technique is very effective to prevent slippery roads and at the same time creates cost savings and efficiencies. I want to take this moment to express my confidence in the budget and its ability to support major highway initiatives, including the 5-year improvement plan, ongoing road maintenance, and managing major infrastructure projects. This year, we will release a twinning feasibility study that will consider the viability of using tolls to support the expansion of 8 sections of Nova Scotia's highway network. Nova Scotians have asked us to twin roads now to make them safer, Mr. Chair, and while we can eventually twin the highways using our annual budget, it literally will take decades. Roads are expensive. Each twin kilometre costs between $3 and $5 million, depending on the complexity of the road. If Nova Scotians want twinning sooner, we have to look at other options to fund the expansion. Right now, we are gathering information on the financial modeling so that when I bring this to the public, we'll have a full picture for the public's consideration. Our goal is to ensure everyone has the opportunity to see the information and weigh in on the results. We will not, Mr. Chair, implement tolls if the public do not want them. Before I move further, I would like to highlight one initiative in particular that I think does deserve special mention. Last summer, we opened the first section of the Blue Route in Pictou County and are looking forward to more completed sections to come across the province. As we repave sections of our roads, we'll add shoulders and widen shoulders to accommodate cyclists. Eventually, there will be a continuous trail of connected communities via a cycling route across Nova Scotia. The hope and expectation is that this will encourage healthy lifestyles at home and attract visitors to our province, much in the same way cycling Route Vert does in Quebec and has done tremendous work for Quebec's tourism initiatives. Our motive is similar when it comes to Nova Scotia to Maine ferry service. We put a transportation link in place, Mr. Chair, that would provide an ocean gateway for tourists entering Nova Scotia from the United States, and to ensure we provide long-term stability for that service. From there, Nova Scotians, residents and businesses of Southwest Nova and the hospitality industry of all the province need to make the most of the opportunity to generate economic activity for the province, and Mr. Chair, we know that they will. I'm proud to say we accomplished what we set out to do, and in establishing a long-term relationship with a seasoned and reliable operator for the service, we provided dependability that residents, businesses, and hospitality operators can count on. I'm also pleased that the operator has restored a ferry schedule that will provide much more business for Nova Scotia hotels and restaurants on both ends of the ferry's daily run. This is positive news for our tourism sector. Much has been said about our deal with the operator. Mr. Chair, all ferries are subsidized in Nova Scotia, including all of our smaller provincial ferries at a net cost of $8.6 million, as well as every other ferry that transport people to and from our province. The Sydney to Port aux Basques, PEI to Pictou, Digby St. John would be included in that. On the Portland to Nova Scotia route, we wanted to provide a realistic subsidy based on the previous 2 years of experience that we had with this service. The subsidy is based on passenger projections that are realistic and structured in such a way as to incent the operator to work hard at increasing the number of travelers, which means the subsidy is kept as low as possible. At the 2-year mark, Mr. Chair, we will have an opportunity to evaluate the service within the parameters of the 10-year deal. At this stage, the operator can opt to renew the lease on the vessel or consider another vessel based on experience from now into 2018. This is a check-in opportunity for both the operator and the province that allows us to both consider the vessel, the performance, and the costs. That is why we haven't set a subsidy for years 3 to 10. This does not mean it's open-ended, Mr. Chair, as has been wrongly described. Rather, we wanted some flexibility that would allow room to make alterations if needed for the benefit of Nova Scotians, not the detriment. As I've said many times, we believe, I certainly believe in this service. We support the residents of Yarmouth and Southwest Nova Scotia and the entire province, as this ferry is significant for every one of us. We support Nova Scotia hospitality as industry as they capitalize on the opportunity that having this link brings into place for the province. We certainly saw the devastating effects when the ferry was not in place for 4 years. For that reason, we are committed to continuing the service and believe with the right operator, which we do have in place, we will provide the best chance for success, Mr. Chair. And with that, I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the Minister for his opening comments and welcome to the House of Assembly the departmental officials who are with him down here on the floor and also that are up in the gallery. I know how hard they work, and I want to thank them for their service to the province and for being here today. I'm sure it's not the most fun they have throughout the year in their jobs. Mr. Speaker, I also just want to take a moment while I can and speak to the very professional staff of the Department of Transportation that I see working every day in my own home constituency of Cumberland South. From the area manager, Buffy White, through to the OSs and to the operators and to the others that work in the area of my home constituency. I believe we have established a good working relationship. I know they are out traveling the roads, inspecting the bridges, plowing in the winter, brush clearing and ditching in the summer, and they're doing a very professional job. And although, as the Minister as an MLA would know, and I know as an MLA, people sometimes complain when their road isn't plowed as fast as they would like, that I believe I speak for the people of Cumberland South, where deep down, even on those days, they know that the people that are out on our roads and highways in the wintertime are doing the best they can, sometimes in pretty adverse weather conditions. We would always want them to be safe first and foremost as they go about doing their job of enabling school buses to get to school, people, nurses and doctors to get to work in our hospitals. So just before I start my question, I want to thank the departmental staff all the way through to all of the staff in the sheds around the province for the work that they do. Mr. Speaker, in that light, I would like to start by asking a few questions that are very important to me and to my constituents in Cumberland South. I'm sure the Minister and his staff saw the reports of the washout of the Spencer Island Road. Just for the benefit of everyone present, it is an important loop on the Parsboro Shore Road between Parsboro and Advocate. There is a pretty important tourist business campground there. It's famous as the launching place of the Mary Celeste, which is a tourist attraction in the area. It celebrates the great shipbuilding history of the Parsboro Shore. It has literally washed out in the past few weeks. Although it is a loop, the good news about it being a loop is that people that live on either side of the washout are able to access the main road. but nonetheless, their quality of life is affected. Their ability to earn a living in tourism is affected. And I would just like to start by asking the Minister what plans his department has in place for the reinforcement of the roadbed and then the resurfacing of the Spencer Island Road.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the leader for the question. Mr. Fitzner has some understanding of this particular road, and we do have local staff taking a look and making an assessment and trying to figure out what we have to do, not only for the short term to protect the area and make sure that the road bed is in place, but also the future costs. So some of that engineering work that has to be done. So I'll make the commitment to the leader, the member opposite, that we'll get that information back to the member as soon as we can. And obviously, there's no doubt about it. That's a priority when it impacts the economy, the local economy, and folks' ability to move around and have that mobility. It's critical, so we'll get that information, but the staff on the ground are looking at some of the assessment and trying to determine the engineering cost at this point. Thanks.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really do appreciate that answer from the Minister. I do want to pursue this just a little more. Local residents are under the belief that armor rock or something similar will be required to shore up the roadbed. Armor rock, obviously being very heavy to transport it to the site, would exceed the spring weight restrictions on our highways. I know that the department is looking at its options. Will there be some answers about the plan for that road by the time the spring weight restrictions are lifted?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
We can get an answer to the member opposite. With respect to the weight restrictions, obviously they're in place for a reason, and it's a tough one when you're talking particularly about mobility and for certain aspects of our being, whether it be for fire services or emergency services. And some of the challenge for us in our own weight restrictions, when we want to do critical repairs, we can't get to those spots because of the conditions of the road. So obviously it's different in different regions, but sometimes if there has to be an exemption, we don't do it very often, but if it is a critical situation, we can allow access that would exceed that weight restriction just to shore up some critical points in a roadbed. So there is certainly some work to be done there. We've got some images here, so we will get an answer to the member, and we'll ensure that we do it in the quickest fashion we can and before the spring weight restrictions, which still gives us a couple weeks based on our last estimate. So we'll get in there and get some of the specific detail.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify for the Minister. I truly believe the residents of the area are not asking that the weight restrictions be lifted. They are very understanding that they're in place to protect our roadbeds, actually, and are in place for a reason. They just see the lifting of the restrictions when they do come in the natural course of events as a time when they would hope that there is a plan together to then deliver whatever materials are required to the site and get on with the job of restoring. We're not asking you to reduce or to eliminate the weight restrictions in this case. They get that. They really do. Mr. Chair, I'm going to move on, but I also, while I have this opportunity, just want to say that the importance of actually restoring the loop of literally shoring up the shoreline and the roadbed with armor rock or an equivalent, and then repaving is for the benefit of the residents, obviously, and for the tourism opportunity and employment in the area. But there is private property that will be at risk if we don't shore up the shoreline and the roadbed there. And that's another reason for getting this done that residents I know would want me to pass on at this moment. That eventually the highway itself, which the loop loops off of, may well be at risk. So I'm doing my best to sell to senior officials the really good reasons why we should restore the loop, and I know in the next few weeks we'll see what the plan is. And I just want to thank the department for taking an urgent look at the situation. I know it will be appreciated. Mr. Speaker, if I could move on to the Lake Road, which is in Wentworth, also in Cumberland South. It is not anywhere near the shoreline, so it's a very different issue. But the Lake Road is actually quite heavily traveled, not just with local vehicle traffic, but there's a lot of logging trucks that travel that road. I think it would be accurate to say that it's been patched and then repatched and then repatched, sometimes using RIM funds, other times in an effort to try and maintain some semblance of an asphalt surface. It's been decades really since the Lake Road has been on the priority list, on the 5-year list. I'm just going to ask the Minister if there is a plan to resurface the Lake Road, and if so, when will we see it on the 5-year priority list?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you for the question, and Mr. Fitzner is also familiar with that. And according to with the TIR staff who were there in obviously consultation with Bruce, it is a priority. It just hadn't made its way to the list with the pressures on the capital list. Obviously, while it's one of those tough ones that we were just talking as the member was explaining the road, but it's got a relatively low volume, not an extremely high volume, but the volume of traffic because of the logging, because of some of that economic development activity really does pound on that particular roadbed, and Bruce admitted freely that it's had been a while since we've done anything significant there, and it's been a series of patchwork. So it is technically a priority for the department, but of course the key thing is looking at getting that on the capital list. So we're going to go back and take another look and see what we can do for the capital plan moving forward and see what the budget looks like next year.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again to the Minister for that answer. I am going to make the case for the Lake Road for a new reason. As the department will know, the Wentworth Consolidated Elementary School was closed last year, and half of the students will now be traveling from Wentworth to Pugwash, the other half, of course, going to Oxford. Although the school board did not identify an exact busing route for those students to move from Wentworth to Pugwash, the Lake Road is one possibility. When they were asked, the school board officials, where they thought the buses would go, one of the routes they said was possible was the Swallow Road. Well, I'm not going to ask the Minister about the Swallow Road. It is a very, very local, rural road. Personally, I don't believe it's appropriate for a school bus to be with elementary school kids to be traveling every day in the winter on such a rural road. However, a resurfaced Lake Road might make that trip easier. And keeping in mind, Mr. Chair, when we're talking about elementary school children, we are trying, I know, to have their busing time be within policy guidelines of less than an hour. It's going to be close in the best of scenarios, so I'm just making the case for placing the Lake Road on the 5-year priority list for that reason as well, which is a new reason. And hopefully that will result in it becoming part of the list, because I know that the residents of the area, including the parents of those kids, would feel better and be comforted even to see it somewhere in the 5-year plan. And I'm not advocating it should be year 5. I hope it pops up in an earlier year than year 5. Year 1 would be great. But I know that people have difficulty with the idea that something could be a priority, but yet not on the 5-year plan. So maybe I'll just switch to a more general question for a moment, and I'll come back to specific roads. Could the Minister tell us how roads are added to the 5-year plan and how they're deleted? Because sometimes a road that was on the plan comes off the plan, and how they're deleted, who makes those decisions, how are those decisions made? And I'm not just asking because I want to speak to that person, although I'm sure several MLAs would like to speak to that person. But it is a question I get asked a lot in my travels around Cumberland South. I know that there are a lot more people today who are aware that there is a 5-year road plan and who know what's on it and what falls off it. And so maybe for the benefit of everyone here, if the Minister could just quickly take us through the addition and deletion process of the 5-year plan. And secondly, how is a road a priority when it's not on the 5-year plan?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the member's question, the good news is with respect to the capital plan, which was really a tremendous way to inventory and prioritize roads in the province. 95% of the roads that land on our list get completed. So that's the good news. That really, when the roads are a priority and they make it to that list, the good news is that the lion's share of times those roads actually do get treated and managed. With respect to moving up and down the list, obviously conditions change in a hurry. So some roads that were prioritized and listed all of a sudden get a whole lot more critical because of a winter season, because of other conditions. So there is some movement inside the list, but again, we maintain that a good portion of the list get completed. With respect to how they get there, how roads get on the list, obviously volume is a large piece of that. No question, there's thresholds for paving, thresholds for some of that work, and that's really a key factor, and that I can be quite frank, for all members of the House, this isn't strictly an opposition problem when it comes to roads. That's really becomes an aggravation for members. They want roads to be done, and they're critical roads because of what they mean to the community, because they may connect schools, because there is economic activity, but the volume is just not there to justify that large-scale investment. So that can be a tough one, and to that end, what we do when it's not just volume, the other considerations are things like economic development activity, social services, schools, hospitals, those types of things, and of course, with logging trucks, with industrial events that take place in different regions, there obviously is a significant increased wear and tear on roads, particularly rural roads that haven't been dealt with in a while, and of course with gravel roads, which has been a very hot topic for our department this year. So there is a science behind it. The member would know, all members of the House would know, that when you have such an infrastructure deficit, and everyone's dealt with my department at one time or another, we really don't apply politics to these things, and I'm happy to say that. There's disgruntled people all across the province despite their political stripes, so I can say with absolute certainty on that one, but we do our best, and there isn't any rankings other than what really the road needs, what the priorities are. As the Leader of the Official Opposition had stated in his opening comments, we have tremendous staff. I really feel that the people on the ground, in particular in our 4 areas of the province, the way the regions are divided, do great work to really get into the communities. They live there for the most part, and they get a sense as to what's important, what the priorities are. So I think with discussions between the staff, the MLAs, MLA staff, stakeholders in the community, small business owners, parents, families, they really give an indication of what the priorities are, and sometimes, I should say that most times that's taken into account, and it helps prioritize the road. So the science behind it is pretty structured now, and again, with the deficit, we just try to knock off a few of the pressing and urgent projects each and every year, and then when the season begins anew the next spring, then we go back at it again. So that's been sort of the way we've approached it, and we do our very best to get in what we can, but it really is opportunities like this where the senior staff, all members of staff can get a renewed understanding of the priorities of different regions through their MLAs. So this is an important exercise as well to get these things on the radar, so to speak, and make sure that we're given due consideration in every chance that we can.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that answer. I'm not sure if the minister said we've taken the disgruntlement out of politics or the politics out of disgruntlement, but either way it sounded like a good thing, so appreciate that. I just want to ask the second part of my question. It was about how we can say a road is a priority when it's not yet on the 5-year plan. Is there a priority list of roads that will be placed on the 5-year plan, or how is it possible that we can say something's a priority when it has not yet reached the 5-year planning stage?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you for the question. I was chatting with Mr. Fitz, I missed that second part. So basically the roads are rated, and we have an internal system. It's kept at the district level, and it's in consultation between staff at that level with Bruce and the engineering department here. And it's the ratings are kept. and these roads lists are compiled, and then it basically comes down to budgetary decisions. So as the year begins again and we're looking at our 5-year capital plan and what additions we're going to make, then really we look at the budget space, again, with all the consultation that takes place between staff, TIR, and the folks in these respective communities and regions, and then we make the decisions there. So when it's a priority, it's getting there, and then it becomes about the budgetary room to get it on that capital list. So that's been traditionally the system that we used and the methodology. Thanks.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have a couple of more roads I'd like to ask about. One is the Two Island Road outside Parsbro. Somewhat like the Spencer's Island Road, it has had washouts in areas. It is actually a significant provincial highway. There are many, many seasonal residents along the Two Island Road, as well as permanent residents. And when there are permanent residents there, that brings in student busing into the town of Parsbro. Mr. Speaker, there's a beautiful golf course on the Two Island Road as another example. It's part of the Parsbro Shore tourism network of roads. Mr. Speaker, I know I'm asking for a significant commitment on this one because locally anyway, officials believe that we're going to need to reroute a part of the Two Island Road to move it further away from the shoreline, or we'll be permanently and annually reinforcing it. There has been some work done on the Two Island Road, and I want to acknowledge that. Mr. Chair, can the Minister share with us what the plan is this year and in the subsequent years for the Two Island Road?
The Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the Two Island Road for this year, we have $100,000 put aside for design and engineering. So we do have to figure out what that corridor looks like and how it would have to be changed as a result of the conditions that the member opposite had mentioned. So that'll take place this year and give us a sense as the true cost. Just some of the initial estimates we have figure with the scope of the work that would have to be done for the Two Islands Road. We're looking at probably it's in the range of about $1 million. So it is a significant investment, and of course with that measure you have to, one, get the design and engineering completed properly, and secondly have it up for consideration again, as we discussed earlier, through that process of identifying capital plan priorities and making that budgetary space. So this particular road is on the radar vis-a-vis that $100,000 study and design work that we'll do, and then that becomes about the construction in 2017.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that answer. That is the start of some good news, I think, for the local area. Just before I leave that part of Cumberland County, I can't help but ask if the department has done any more work on the future of the Parsbro Abateau. I know we don't have a lot of expertise about abateaus anymore, as there are not very many. They're very, very old structures. The department did, in conjunction with the town of Parsbro, put in place a temporary fix for the abateau. And when I say the abateau, I refer to a permanent solution to the abateau and the bridge work and road surfacing that are on top of it. I'd just like to ask if there is anything in the budget this year or planned in the near future for a permanent solution to the road and the abateau itself.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member with respect to the abateau. We have had initial discussions with agriculture. It is that abateau is connected to one of our bridge structures, so there has been some discussions. We haven't had anything nailed down yet with respect to the plan, but again, we are aware of it, and we can follow up to get some specifics for the member in the next couple of days, just to see what exactly we have, and we can update the member so he can get that back to the community.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome that and look forward to receiving that in the next couple of days. I know that residents of the area are anxious to see what the plan is. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I should have mentioned right from the beginning that the transportation critic would normally lead off the line of questioning, but as the Minister and others saw earlier today, he has lost his voice. So I can say our caucus meeting was a lot shorter than normal this morning. It will come back. Mr. Chair, in his honour, I do have to ask what the plan is for the new Boston Road.
The Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
It wouldn't be estimates if the member in that caucus didn't ask about the new Boston Road, Mr. Chair. So as always, look, it was one that's always been an important project for the member. He's been an advocate for as long as I've been here, which has been 6 years now. And we did take a tour this past summer of the new Boston Road, and certainly we understand his concerns, and particularly at the two ends, really where the traffic and the volume is. So I know that there is a number of pressing priorities for that member in a riding that is relatively vast, and the new Boston Road is one of those. So we don't have anything that's specific to share today, Mr. Speaker, but stay tuned, maybe.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
I'm glad that the minister knew I wasn't asking about the Boston Road outside River Hibbert in Cumberland County, but actually the new Boston Road in the member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg's constituency. He's handed me a long list of other roads, Mr. Speaker, and I actually have some more Cumberland County roads, but I think I'll return to that at a later time. Mr. Speaker, I do want to ask about the River Hibbert District High School renovations. I know the department has been working on this for a long time, and there's been a lot of twists and turns along the way, and I don't see any value in getting into all the twists and turns today. I do want to just very quickly, though, give credit to my predecessor as MLA Murray Scott, who started the process of the reconstruction of the River Hibbert District High School and the plans and the initial architecture that went into that. It's now not only was underway with the PC government of his time, but through the 4 years of NDP government and now the 2 years of the current government, Mr. Speaker, the residents have rallied when necessary to push the project along when it was stalled. They've been very patient, I think, in waiting for this work to be complete. We all believe we're very nearly there, Mr. Speaker. I know there's been issues with the gymnasium. And now that we're approaching the end of this school year, it's become particularly crucial to know whether we'll be able to populate the school for the start of the next school year, including with a regulation-sized gymnasium. I'm just going to ask the Minister to give us an update on the completion of the River Hibbert District High School.
The Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a specific report to give the member at this point. We've all heard the story of River Hibbert and the trials and tribulations that have gone on with that school. Certainly it's been a long process, and again, I think it's fair to say anytime you're dealing with a school in any community across the province, there's a certain connection to it, and it really is a community link and a pillar for many of us with respect to who we are and what we are in communities. So to see sort of that has gone on, and the understanding the community's frustration with the process and how things have been bungled on a number of occasions with respect to the building and the development and the whole process for that construction. So again, that's another issue that I don't have a specific answer for the member opposite, but we'll endeavour to get one, and we can get that back to the member as soon as possible. I'm sure it won't take a whole lot of time.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to say, while the Minister and his officials are here, that although there's been a lot of twists and turns, I can say this, that in the community, people have seen the takeover of the project by the Department of Transportation Infrastructure Renewal as part of the solution to getting this going again. I want to thank them for that. They saw the appointment of the new contractor, Stantec, as part of the solution, and things really got moving, I think, in an organized way, and as far as I know, in a cost-effective way with the new budget that was allocated to the school in that time. And I want to thank them for their work, and they have been great at keeping the community up to date on their work, particularly through the School Advisory Committee. The Minister is going to get the answer for us, so I won't dwell on this other than as we approach the end of this school year, the question of what we can do in September. Hopefully it's a complete move by then. That was the most recent timeline, is still in place, and that's the most important information that we can get for the community. Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, I'll get used to this sooner or later. Mr. Chair, while we're on the subject of schools, there is great concern in the town of Spring Hill about the condition of the West End Elementary School and the Junction Road Elementary School. Specifically today, I want to explore the risk of asbestos in those two old schools. I wish I'd had a moment to talk to the Minister about this before we got to estimates, but while we're all here, it appears there were some studies done about the presence of asbestos and whether it's been disturbed or is a risk in those two schools. I'd ask the Minister if that's his department that has those studies, and if so, can the residents of the community have them?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly haven't seen the reports of that nature. I guess a comment earlier to what the member said about the staff, I would obviously agree with that. They're tremendous people in the Public Works Department, and how we handle schools, hospitals, those facilities, of course our highways as well, but the buildings and structures that we look after, it's incredible to see the professionalism and the quality people that we have surrounding the entire department, both here in Halifax and out in the field. But at the end of the day, for us, really, it's project management. So we get the process in the case of schools. Our part of the process is once it's traveled through the school board and they've done their work, obviously being the stewards for the school operations on the ground. Then, of course, in consultation with the Minister and the Department of Education, then we really get to the nitty-gritty work. So when the project is ready to be teed up and that's specific, engineering, design, planning, mitigation work is required. That's really when we step in. So I would have to check on those reports. If there's, I would dare say that there's anything connected in any way to asbestos, I would probably be given a heads up on that to this point, but we'll certainly check that. I know that Tom Guthrow in the department would have a pretty good idea of both of those particular schools to see what's there and what's happening with those particular projects. So we'll dig into that for sure.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to receiving that, Mr. Chair, and I look forward to receiving that information. As long as those schools continue to be used as elementary schools, I know that the parents of Spring Hill will be interested to see those reports. Ultimately, though, Mr. Chair, the solution is to build one new elementary school in Spring Hill and to dispose of the two old schools. In fact, Mr. Chair, that's on the priority list of the Chignecto Central Regional School Board, is to do exactly that, to replace them with one new one. Not just because of the asbestos risk, as awful as that would be, but for many, many other reasons, including that they're outdated, that actual curriculum programming is now impacted. They can't deliver the curriculum for a variety of reasons, including that in the West End School, the gym is actually in the middle of the school and people have to cross through it in the middle of gym activities to get from one place to another, which interrupts their ability to deliver physical education. The library is a similar circumstance. The building is old and leaky. The Junction Road gym, there have been great pictures of all the buckets on the floor from the leaky roof. So I know that the residents have, in a sense, done their job. They've convinced the school board, who sets the priority list, that new construction is a priority for them. The school board has passed that on to the Department of Education. The department has not yet selected it from the priority list for new construction. I hope that happens soon. I know that's not the minister's department. But I do want to share with the minister that the Department of Education, in defending why they haven't allocated a new school to Spring Hill yet, says that they are under the impression that a renovated school will do, and they rely for that opinion on work that was done by the Department of Transportation 7 or 8 years ago. Mr. Speaker, we'd all really like to see that. Ultimately, if the kids of Spring Hill can get an equivalent modern education from a renovated school as opposed to a new one, I think that we could have a discussion about that. And don't get me wrong, a new school is what we'll be pushing for. But there are concerns about a renovated school, including that the footprint well, the only one that could be renovated of the two would be Junction Road, and the footprint there to expand it apparently doesn't exist. You can't build up and you can't build out, in other words, among other constraints. Is the department aware of a study that was done by their own engineers 7 or 8 years ago, and if so, can that be made public?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I certainly personally don't have any specific information about the West End or Junction Road reports from 7 or 8 years ago. I would be surprised if the schools are in the condition as described by the member, and I'm sure that's the case. I would think that we probably need to look at some of those aspects in a more recent sense than 7 or 8 years ago. Obviously, there would be a deterioration if there wasn't major improvements made to those particular areas of those schools in question. There would be no reason in any event for us to hang on to reports. You know, that's the whole purpose of studies and reports and the analysis of facilities or highways or bridges or anything under the realm of transportation is to make it available and you know, really shape the conversation about where we make investments. And you know, we talk so much about the infrastructure priority and the things we have to do in all regions, whether it be that building facility infrastructure or on our roadways, and it really, to prioritize those things, you have to know what kind of condition they're in, and a lot of times priority becomes through you know, immediate crisis, emergency situations, certainly on the roads. So any information we would have to suggest that you know, we would have to get moving quickly, there would be no reason why we would withhold that. Again, we've had a significant merger with respect to the public works functions of government. Really, I think it's fair to say that education and health sort of were a little bit on their own, and TIR did our own public works efforts for a number of years, and we really combined those over the last year for the most part, so we're all sort of in-house and working together. So there is still capable and committed engineer officials with health and education, but they are part of the TIR team. So we're not duplicating work, we're not expending resources we don't have to, we're creating efficiencies and getting things done as a team. So that's really what we focused on, and whether it be these two elementary schools or any of the operations we have and the buildings we have, then obviously we want to do what's best. And of course, there's always financial and fiscal constraints that we face, and I know with the member talking about the school process and getting schools on list, that is the function and the requirement of the school board, not dissimilar to the Cape Breton Victoria Regional School Board, who just made some real heavy-duty decisions down in our region of this great province, and they have to set priorities, and then of course they make their requests, and we have that capital program process that we go through at education in consultation with TIR. So there are lots of decisions and lots of analysis that we do for all our schools, and look, we've got to keep kids and teachers and staff and families safe, and that's a #1 priority. So any information that we would have about any school, certainly we can check into that, and if it still exists from 7 or 8 years ago, I'm sure it's somewhere, then obviously we can take a look at it and see why we couldn't put it out there for the families.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do appreciate that answer as well. And I just want to also add how much I appreciate one of the things the Minister just said, which is even though the study is 8 years old, surely there's been further deterioration of the school since then. That is absolutely true. It's absolutely the case. I don't think anyone would reasonably want to rely on an 8-year-old study that says a renovation is possible when the schools have obviously only gotten worse in the past 8 years. So I really appreciate that the Minister acknowledges that, and I look forward to receiving the information, and maybe it'll resolve whether renovations are even possible. And if they are, then of course the next step would be to update the information and see if they're still possible, and hopefully leading to a decision to get on with presumably a new construct, but if not, a renovation that meets the needs of those students. Mr. Speaker, I would like to move on to something that is of particular interest to Cumberland County, but really has provincial implications as well, and that is the results in the budget of the Highway 104 Western Alignment Corporation, in other words known as the Cobequid Pass or the toll road. in the province, which is in Cumberland County. Mr. Speaker, on page 21 of the budget documents themselves, there is a table, Table 5.2, which is entitled the 2016-2017 Revenues by Source. The bottom of that page is a list of net income from government business enterprises. The second last one is the Highway 104 Western Alignment Corporation. You'll see when you get there that the forecast revenues to the province for the year just ended is $3,690,000, but the budget for the upcoming year, I guess we're now in the upcoming year, is $8,400,000 and change. Could the minister explain the increase in provincial revenues from the Cobequid Pass toll road?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank to the member opposite. We did briefly discuss this prior to coming in, so there's a couple different aspects to it, and it is a little bit complex. So I'll start off with the general kind of breakdown of where that has come from, and I'm sure there'll be some follow-up from the member. So basically, as of 2006, there were government of the day made the commitment to not have toll increases. So what happened was there was a schedule through the bondholders, through the private sector relationship, the agreement. There were set times when there would be increases in the tolls, but as a government decision in 2006, it was determined that government wouldn't proceed with those increases. Instead, would provide a subsidy. So the subsidy, there's been a number of subsidies to counteract that amount of lost revenue that would have been required through the province. At the same time, that had been ongoing since 2006, and at the same time, there were instances in years gone by that there was a prepayment made. So you've got the regular bond payment, but there was also prepayments made to that bond. So and that totaled about $5 million. So there would be a prepayment made to the bondholders for the 104 Corporation for the Cobequid Pass project. So based on those two, with the subsidy and the prepayment that would take place in some years, there would be a negative net impact to the province. So when you added those two things together, took the net income from the particular from the Cobequid Pass, from that relationship, we would end up in a negative position. So for the last 4 years, we've had negative final financial impact on the Cobequid Pass and the 104 Corporation budget. So essentially what this is we decided not to make the prepayment and reflect that in the numbers here. We did the same thing the last 2 years, I believe, and didn't make the prepayment because of the same kind of situation, the same reality with the budget, but it was shown in the forecast. So ultimately, the difference in the revenue sources that we didn't make that prepayment, because when you're coupling the subsidy and the prepayment, it just became too much and ended up with a negative cash position for the 104 Corporation.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sure glad I asked that question. I just want to confirm what the schedule says, Mr. Chair, which is that for the last 5 years, the province has received net income, not a loss, but income from the Highway 104 Corporation, ranging from $1.9 million in 2013 to the budget amount of $8.4 million. That's a positive number. I just want to make sure that's correct, and then I will have further questions.
The Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
So what's not reflected in the budget, so that's the net income, but what's not reflected is that level of subsidy. So that's part of the overall the net revenue, the estimated net income, but it's not part of it's not part of the actual number. So when you look at what the net impact is, there is no line item that shows the particular subsidy, the grant that we have. So that's part of it, and that would actually put it in a negative position when you include the amount of subsidy that we would give each year to make up for the lack of toll increase.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Okay, Mr. Chair, thank you. Now I think we're getting somewhere in terms of understanding the ins and outs of this. Would the Minister share with us what the subsidy is, both for the year just ended and for the budget year? I understand it's in the details of the departmental budget, but I think it would be interesting to know, for those that pay those tolls, what that subsidy is.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 2016-17, the subsidy, the number we have is $2.94 million. Last year is $3.057 million. And just as a note, since this began, I mentioned in the opening response that the subsidy started because the tolls weren't increased as of 2006. So as of 2006, the total grants, the total subsidies we've allocated for this process is $22.36 million since then. $22.36 million since 2006, so year after year.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. So I'm totally clear. Would it be accurate to take the net income on this schedule, $8.4 million, and subtract the subsidy of, I think you said 2.94, that's in your department's budget and expenditure, and the difference is the income that the province gets in net terms from the toll road in the Cobequid Pass?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that is accurate. That is the number. But just as a matter of context, in the previous 4 years, we've had net negative positions. So 2.08, 1.2, 1.1, and 430,000. So if you look back to going back to 2012, 2013, it's almost a zero. It sort of closes in that whole amount, but it is that is correct. That calculation, the net impact is 5.4 million.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to turn to the prepayment that the Minister mentioned a moment ago. That sounds like it's a principal payment against the bond indebtedness or a retirement of some of the bonds outstanding. I just want to confirm that that's the case. And if that is the case, who makes those payments? Is that a payment from the corporation itself or from the Department of Transportation to retire that debt?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
The payment is made by the corporation, and so to date, the total payment has been $37.9 million, and $20 million of that has been prepayment.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And now to the big question that I know the people that use that tolled road every day are going to want me to ask. When the net gain to the province reaches, as it has now, more or less $5.5 million, has there been any consideration to reducing the tolls so that basically the province is operating that toll highway on a cost recovery basis and a debt reduction basis, and not to make a surplus for the province itself?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the member's question, so in 2017 there was a scheduled increase of 50 cents for the toll. So based on the schedule that was developed as part of the agreement with the bondholders, there would be 50 cents going on to the toll. Obviously, we're not going to do that, so it's certainly not increasing. That's for sure. And also, some of the revenue that's been received has been part of a 5-year repaving plan, and we're now into year 4 of that. So we have 2 more years of that full-scale repaving projects that we've been doing. So it's about $5 million per year that we spend on those particular repaving portions. And again, just it is a 5.4 positive position this year, but they have been negative positions over the last couple of years. So essentially, you know, that's when you look at the bigger picture, the money's being reinvested. We're not increasing the tolls, and it is where it is at this point. And again, that's over the course of a number of years. There is a balancing there, but at this point, we're keeping it as is.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't here when the 2006 agreement was reached, but I can see how there would be an ongoing expense to the province if the idea was to protect the users of the Cobequid Pass from increases. I can't imagine that that agreement allowed for the province to have a gain under that formula. So when the minister says, well, we had some losses in other years, that would have been the deal, I guess, from a toll payer's point of view, and now we're offsetting that with years where we have a profit. I'm not sure that's what that agreement was intended to accomplish. In other words, it was intended that there'd be an expense to save the ratepayers from increases. I don't think it was intended that in some years it would result in a gain. Now, having said that, the minister has said that where there is a gain, it's being used for the maintenance of the road anyway, and that goes to the principle whether the highway is to be operated for cost recovery or whether the province profits from the tolls on the Cobequid Pass. So just to, I guess, finish the math, can the minister share with us the budgeted amount of maintenance and repaving work for the Cobequid Pass for the upcoming year?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
What we're spending this year, that was the question? Yeah, it's $4.8 million. Yeah, and also just to add to that as well, again, there's, with respect to the member's comments about the overall toll, based on the plan, I certainly can appreciate the point about the net position, and it wasn't that it was supposed to be a positive net position, but I guess that, you know, part of this is the fact that there had been scheduled increases in tolls that didn't happen, and certainly we're not advocating for those and won't be increasing those without question. And I also think that there's you know, obviously a bigger conversation that's going to take place here. But with respect to the investment, it will be 4.8 for this year for Cobequid Pass.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. That's pretty close to break even, so I will move on from that one. Although I do want to ask about the prepayments or the early debt retirements that have happened, because there is an opportunity, if the financing costs of the road go down, to pass that savings on to the toll payers who are heavily weighted to residents of the area who might actually use the road once or twice a day to get back and forth to work or do other things. Is there the possibility of a toll reduction as those revenue bonds are paid off, and is there a policy for how that might actually end up leading to a reduction in tolls?
The Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the member's points, we do have, as he would know full well, we do have the MAC Pass option for residents. So if they have that, have taken up that offer, it does reduce the toll from $4 to $2. So that's one, I guess, incentive. But to the point about the future and sort of moving ahead, this year over year, this will be an annual decision, so it doesn't preclude us from making the prepayment, and it goes back to the fiscal health and the decisions that we will make. So that's certainly part of it. And with respect to the Act as well, there is a portion there that we can make those alterations to the tolls just to address operating. So as time goes on and we get through this schedule, there is opportunity to look at those things for the province of Nova Scotia. That's the government of that day. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the efforts we've just gone through over the last 10 or 15 minutes to drill down into the details. But obviously, for those that actually use that road every single day to do their daily activities, go to work, go to the grocery store, a toll, whether it's $4 or $3 or $2, it's a big difference when it's in a part of your everyday life. And that has been, I think, the argument of Cumberland County residents for the last 20 years, that they've had a toll right in the middle of their county, unique to them at the time, still today unique to them, if you don't count the bridges. And so opportunities to actually make life a little easier for them, particularly if the debt's being paid down and the toll no longer is needed to be at the level that it is to pay that debt. I would hope that the first persons to benefit from that time would be the toll payers themselves. I don't believe it was ever intended that the province would be in a net positive position from those tolls. Certainly it was sold to Cumberland County residents 20 years ago as a method of building the road and having the costs recovered through the use of tolls, not as a profit-making exercise. So I really encourage the department to look for those opportunities as debt is retired, to give the users, particularly the everyday users, a break. I know in the past there have been calls to let emergency vehicles through without a toll, and that has happened, and I think that's a great thing. There have been calls for people who are on dialysis or who have regular and frequent medical appointments, particularly at Halifax, and they're on the other side, to give them some kind of a break. That's not administratively easy, but it's worth the effort to see what we can do for them. These are ways that we can actually give a break to people that need it as that debt gets paid down. And I know that the department will be looking at 8 other sites. I think we might as well learn the lessons from the Cobequid Pass. It has been a burden particularly placed on the local area. And so these things are important for that reason. Mr. Chair, I don't mean to get into a speech about this, but I'm just impressing upon the department, while I have the opportunity, that's been the experience in Cumberland County. Mr. Chair, while we're on the subject of toll roads, there is a study coming. Only by memory, I'm thinking it was due the March 31st. Could the minister give us an update on when the study on the other sites will be completed and the plan for public release?
The Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will get into the specifics of this feasibility study, but I do just want to touch briefly on the members' comments. Look, it's all reasonable, and I think that when you talk about a region that has been subject to a toll situation, as those residents have, there's decisions and there's realities to it, and I think that that's exactly to the topic we're on now. That's exactly why when we looked at the toll feasibility and what we have to do here in Nova Scotia with our 100 series network, that's exactly why we're taking the path and the process that we've embarked on. If safety is number one and it's a priority, then we have to build better highways. And I think that certainly I wouldn't downplay any of the points that the member would feel and those from his particular region of the province would feel about tolls, you know, and then there's the argument that Cobequid Pass is a pretty great corridor. From an operational perspective, from its condition. So, you know, that becomes the question, and that's the question we're posing directly to Nova Scotians. With the safety studies on the 101, the 103, the 104, what we've seen loud and clear is that there's short-term and medium-term measures that you can take, Mr. Chair, and they will improve safety, there's no question about it. But at the end of the day, if you want to vastly improve the safety, the mobility, sure, but the safety of Nova Scotians as they drive across our roadways, twinning's the answer. And when you look at our capital plan, which if you compare it to our sister provinces, our neighbours in the Atlantic region, but even per capita across the country, we spend a lot of money on highway infrastructure, and it's well spent and it's well invested and it's good money, but we spend a lot. And with that being the case, we're literally inching along our 100 series highways, and we're into a situation where we've got to make a decision. So that decision becomes, do we have an alternative way to finance those 8 corridors, and we're going to bring that to Nova Scotians and let them decide. So it is an important conversation, and I think it's one that we can have openly and honestly, and when the time comes, I look forward to hearing from all sides of the House as they represent their respective communities. With regard to the actual question, we do have the engineering portion of the feasibility study completed now. We basically crafted it to be in 2 sections. The first one is the engineering study, which looks at the corridor, how much the project would cost, what the kilometers would be, the terrain, the other considerations, obviously, of establishing a divided or a twinned highway, and then look at what the overall capital cost would be to our program and where the other funding partners are, et cetera. The second part, which, let's be honest, is the more interesting and provocative part for Nova Scotians, and that is the financial modeling. You can do all the polling you want, and you can try to glean an understanding of what people think, but you can't really get that fulsome understanding until you know what it's going to cost. So for us, it's the financial modeling piece that's the key now. Every indication, every feedback and communication we have with the private sector consultant who is doing the study says that we'll be done by the end of April with that. So that's what we're looking at now. So the end of April looks like the timeline, and then for me, it's important to get out into the communities. We have about 12 public meetings scheduled, I think, as part of the program. Is it 12, Bruce? And I will certainly attend every one if at all possible, and we're going to make that possible because it's a big question. And I can say this now for the record here at Estimates in front of all Nova Scotians. We're not sold on an answer. We just want to know what the answer is for Nova Scotians. So that's what we're endeavoring to find out. And when we're finished with that study, that's exactly what we'll do. Thanks.
The time for the Progressive Conservative Caucus has expired. I will now move to the New Democratic Party Caucus, and I will recognize the member for Queen Shelbourne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and it's certainly a pleasure to participating in the budget estimates. First of all, I want to thank the Minister for his time today in this particular process, and I want to welcome the staff. I know there's some in the gallery and some accompanying the Minister as we speak. And I just want to point out, Mr. Chair, that I have the opportunity to appreciate this process of the debates in this chamber, and I want to go on public record as saying this is the best part of our democratic process, where we have an opportunity to address the Minister and his staff almost on a one-to-one basis. So I really appreciate this opportunity, and I think it's something we all should appreciate. I can also assure the Minister that coming from rural Nova Scotia, that there is several major files in most rural Nova Scotia MLA's constituencies, and I can assure the Minister opposite that TIR is one of those that I can hold on my first hand. The roads issue, gravel roads, double chip seals. I know that some of the staff maybe find this, they know probably they can hear me what words I'm going to speak, but these are major issues when it comes to rural Nova Scotia. And it's an important topic. So anytime you have the opportunity to speak to the Minister and his staff one-on-one, it's really appreciated. I do believe in being fair and my comments will hopefully reflect that today. And I want to point out a few of the capital projects within the constituency of Queens Shelburne, and a couple of those represents new bridges. One are in the very early stages of the town of Shelburne, and another one, the large bridge in the Milton area, in my observation, is close to 90% finished, and the capital projects of the completing of the 103 highway, the phase that's going to be hopefully completed by this upcoming construction season in the Port Mattoon area. That is something that I drove that corridor, and many of us have across Nova Scotia. It's something that's really an improvement for all Nova Scotians as we drive our highway. So I appreciate the effort's been there. In fairness, I said I would try to be fair, but my disappointment, I can say, is that when this government, the very first day, the minister sold a paving project that was purchased and maintained by the government. And to me, watching the budget, my memory serves me correctly, in the last couple of years, that has been cut by, I believe, close to 25 million. But them is some of the concerns that I have. But before I get into my notes, I have a habit of actually making notes during all debates and all questions. And I made an interesting note that the minister said in one of his QP questions is actually he was entertaining yoga classes, and he was participating in that. So I recognize that, and I think that the minister is very well prepared for budget estimates. So I congratulate the minister in participating in that particular program. One of the interesting issues in southwest Nova Scotia, and the minister may be able to read my notes from there, and he probably can anticipate where I'm going with this next line of question. And if I can just back up several months, there was a federal election. And what I'm alluding to here is that the ferry out of Yarmouth and the federal government at the time, back in October, made a public announcement, and the federal Liberal plan was to introduce infrastructure for transit, for roads, and every politician all agreed, and I've heard everyone, and I take notes, including the Premier, all sides, agree that the Portland to Yarmouth is an international highway. And to me, that funding of $20 billion over the next 10 years by the federal government should be eligible, in my line of thought, and I'll ask the minister, I'm just trying to set this up for his evaluation of this. But the concerns that I have, Mr. Chair, is that there was a federal promise. And to me, $20 billion is a considerable amount of money. And we had the MPs from West Nova, Southwest Shore, St. Margaret's, publicly acknowledged that they would take this particular campaign promise to their respective federal cabinet and demand that a portion of that infrastructure money would be allocated to the ferry. Now, I have several points, and I agree that there is an international highway. And I agree that there should be at least 3 people at this table to make the financial contributions to this ferry. And I agree that there should be a ferry system there, no question. But I'm asking the question to the minister, where are those voices now from the federal MPs about obtaining this infrastructure money for what I called is a very high price option for only one provincial taxpayers? And I'll, just before I turn it over to the minister for his response on this, that the second part of that equation is that, and I heard the minister in his early presentation talk, every ferry system in Atlantic Canada has a federal contribution. except one, which is the Yarmouth Ferry. And I struggle with that, and I know the importance of that and why those campaign promises were made, why that we know that we have $20 billion in an infrastructure promise, and why isn't a portion of that coming to that ferry in Yarmouth? That's my first lead questions, and I look for your response.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for the question. Just as a clarity, I didn't say that they were federally subsidized. I just said they were subsidized, so I didn't make the distinction that there was only one that wasn't subsidized by the feds. But I will tell you, without question, the feds are interested in ferries in general. There's no doubt about that, and I'll get to our local members and the local requirements in a minute. But just as a general idea of where the feds are with ferries, and certainly as they pertain to Nova Scotia, no question about it. They've allocated specifically $51.4 million for ferry operations. They have a very close working relationship with Bay Ferries, with Mark MacDonald. Obviously, Northumberland is a critical service we have from Pictou to PEI. Marine Atlantic, which is a significant portion of our local economy down in Cape Breton. It's really a lifeline in many ways, and I think that when you look at Marine Atlantic, you look at Northumberland, Bay Ferries in Digby, St. John, and now in Yarmouth, there's no question when you talk about the bigger piece and the bigger aspect, ferries, they're part of the economic drivers for communities, and we all need them, and every member that's associated with one of these ferry runs that has involvement. International Link, of course, with Portland, and of course those federal services as well. They're key economic drivers, and we need them. So that's a general sort of comment about where the feds are. I would never suggest, regardless of political stripe, that this current federal government or the previous one, in fairness, had turned their backs on the ferry operations that we have here in Atlantic Canada. But with respect to our new partners, the conversations have been real. They've been happening with respect to the overall Building Canada Fund and what it means for us. I've met with obviously Minister Garneau, Minister Sohi. The conversations about that Nova Scotia ferry and the International Link are critical, and really it's usually my lead because of the importance of this service. Having that Nova Scotia ferry in place is key, and as the member, I appreciate the fact that he did acknowledge that it is an important piece of not only the regional economy in southern Nova Scotia, but for the entire province. Thinking back to when I was early elected in 2010, the biggest complaint that Cape Breton tourism operators had was the reduction of the cut of the Yarmouth, Nova Scotia to Portland ferry. So that's a big piece, and we know how important that is. There's a few different aspects and tie-ins between ourselves and the federal government. Obviously, the terminal is a pressing piece. We're going to have to do some work to the terminal in Yarmouth to get it upgraded short term, but then obviously there's considerable upgrades that have to take place. Just like the federal government made a major investment in Marine Atlantic down in North Sydney last year, a couple of years ago. There'll be the same type of requests as time goes on. Again, there's a number of options and flexibilities in the actual agreement we have with Bay Ferries and with which vessel and the operating model that we have for Yarmouth, but at the end of the day, we're committed. So that terminal is going to be an important piece of that relationship for the next number of years. Colin Fraser, the MP from that area, has reached out to me directly. We've had a number of specific conversations about how the federal government can help on that front. So they're all important. The federal government has not shied away from that conversation. They haven't given any indication that they wouldn't support us. So it becomes about what the model is, what the requests are, and as the member so aptly put, this is about the infrastructure. So the terminal's one. Obviously, they have a role to play with Bay Ferries on the Digby St. John portion of their relationship. The federal government, the bureaucracy in Transport Canada have a very high level of faith and trust and commitment in Mark MacDonald, just recently renewing that relationship for Digby St. John. We've got the new vessel down there, so that's a significant, not only sign of the relationship, but in their concern. So When it comes to the Yarmouth Ferry, I'm sure we'll get into the details about how important it is and how critical that service has become for the province. But to suggest that the feds aren't interested wouldn't be the case. They're actively engaged. My counterparts at the federal level in transport and infrastructure, and of course Minister Bryson at the regional level, they get it. They understand that there's going to be a ferry for the long term here for Nova Scotia, and we just want to make sure we make key investments, and we'll look for that partnership, and I certainly believe that when that time comes, our federal partners will be there.
Before I move for a new question from the member for Queen Shelburne, I wonder if I could ask the member to hold off for a moment, if we could use a moment of your time for a very special introduction. I'd like to ask all members of the House to turn your focus to the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon so that I may introduce a very distinguished guest. Today, one of our newest senators, the Honourable Chantal Petitclerc, graces us with her visit today. Senator Petitclerc from Quebec has won several gold medals at the Paralympic, Olympic and Commonwealth Games. Her visit to Halifax is in connection with her role as Canada's chef de mission for the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games and continues to be a champion of the rights of persons with disabilities. And I would ask all members of the House to join me in welcoming Senator Petitclerc to Nova Scotia. The member for Queen Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I too welcome our guests in the gallery. Getting back to the ferry in Yarmouth, to me there is a very important second component of this particular ferry in the analogy that was done to present or have a high-speed catamaran in Yarmouth. And one of those, to me, that really doesn't have enough time spent on it, and I appreciate where we're at today right now to do this, is the component of recognizing the need for commercial traffic. And I raised this question at Public Accounts, and to me, we have a ferry also in Digby, and I want to recognize that. And I recognize it because the traffic, the ferry traffic, or the commercial ferry traffic, trucking traffic, is roughly 30% less than the original old workhorse of the Prince of Acadia. That needs to be recognized, Mr. Chair. And I actually asked the same question to one of the minister's executive, and I won't name the individual because I don't want to, but I can assure them, Mr. Chair, through you, that this executive appreciates and loves hockey. So I'll let the minister figure that out. But I asked this question to the executive of the minister, and the response I got about the truck traffic, and it was something to this effect. He simply held up a map of the districts, or the lobster districts, across Atlantic Canada, which is roughly 41 of them. And the point I think he was trying to make with that particular map of the 41 lobster districts is when this catamaran is in service, roughly from the middle of June to September, that our lobster seasons are not in progress. Now, my question through you, Mr. Chair, is to the minister, is do you share that same thought process, and was this part of the analysis of determining that that cat was the right ferry and excluded truck traffic at this particular time?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member. With absolute honesty, I didn't have any specific conversations about that particular issue about seasonality of the lobster export in that sense. I know what the member is referring to. That wasn't really part of the discussions, and that doesn't discredit or support the logic either. So the member having a depth of experience in the fisheries could probably articulate on what that exactly means in terms of the lobster season specifically and how the export schedule would be impacted. But with respect to the trucks, this is one of those issues that has sort of taken flight around the Nova Scotia ferry conversation. And really, from our perspective, there's a couple of points that really have to be raised. And first and foremost, it's this. Now, I'm not, if there could be a trucking organization or particular truckers out there listening to this, and it may not be where they're at, but I can tell you that from the feedback I've had from trucking industry, from friends that are connected to the export of aquaculture and seafood, it was never about the Yarmouth and to Portland service having the ability to take trucks. So it wasn't specifically about that. I mean, if you look at the trajectory of the Nova Scotia ferry since it was cut in 2009, we've had 4 years where it didn't exist, and then 2 years under the previous operator. So obviously it wasn't part of that complement for the 4 years that the service wasn't in place. But really the focus that I've heard and I've understood is that the issues that some specific truckers have is related to the capacity at Digby St. John. So that's a very, in my humble opinion, that's a very different conversation than there's a problem that the Nova Scotia ferry doesn't take trucks to Maine. That problem is with capacity on that current run that's existed for a number of years, even when the Nova Scotia to Maine service was dormant, for those 4 very tough years. So that's a question that I can ask, and a conversation I can have, and a strategy and a consultation that we can do between ourselves and the provincial government. Minister Marc Garneau in Ottawa, who I have spoken with at great length about this particular issue because of that connection, obviously, with Bay Ferries and the Fundy Rose, and of course with Mark McDonald and Bay Ferries. If there's issues of capacity, if this becomes about scheduling during a particular point in the season or across the board, or what exactly the issues are, I would be more than happy to try to help on those. And whether there's a trucking organization, the industry, individual members who feel that they require that Nova Scotia service that leaves Yarmouth, or it is about Digby St. John, I'd be happy to have those discussions. There's been a couple of individual members who had contacted me about this particular situation, but I hadn't heard from industry on the whole through my colleague with the Minister of Agriculture and Aquaculture, obviously fisheries. He had said that the issue is more about the capacity. That's something I've heard in other places. Our staff had kind of gotten that as well. So that's the bigger piece. So I guess back to the member, if he could help on this one. If there are members of the trucking industry, obviously connected to the seafood industry, that this is about capacity with Digby St. John, and that's a fight we can have, so to speak, and a battle that we can help with. So again, Mark McDonald has been overly accommodating with respect to these conversations and breaking down some of the specifics. So that's something that we can work with Mark and with our federal partners who obviously fund the Digby St. John run. That's one part of it, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention the aspects in Portland. Portland has terminal issues. There's no question about that with respect to the port there that's smack dab in the middle of the city. They not only have they made that policy decision that they wouldn't be receiving trucks because of the congestion. I've been there. It is a very congested, tough to navigate downtown core because of the level of traffic that's down there, particularly in the summer months. It's a tough thing to manage down there for the officials, not only at the terminal level, but in the downtown core. So that's one consideration. And to be very clear, this wasn't not about the high-speed service. So it wasn't about whether or not the service that was the Nova Scotia ferry coming to Maine would be able to carry trucks. Because in fact, my understanding is that technically speaking, the new CAT can provide the provision of taking trucks. So that is not the issue. The issue is with Portland and that perspective. And secondly, as you can imagine, with Homeland Security and U.S. Customs, there's a broad level of concern from the U.S. side about how they would manage those vehicles as they came off the ferry service. So there was an issue of capacity and pressure and challenges with U.S. Customs and with Homeland Security, coupled with the fact that, simply put, the City of Portland were just trying to phase out trucks that were coming in the downtown core. They made that same overture to Nova Star as well. So regardless of what the service looked like this year, they would not be receiving trucks from Nova Scotia vis-a-vis that particular ferry service. So that's where we're at with the truck traffic and how it impacts the overall economy of southern Nova Scotia and indeed the province. But again, I would be more than happy. In fact, I would welcome and encourage those conversations with our truckers here in Nova Scotia, because if there's a way we can create some kind of solution as it relates to Bay Ferries and the Digby-St. John run, then obviously I'd love to participate and hope to find them answers that will support their business. As we know, the value of our seafood industry, the member knows full well, and of course, naturally, our exports to our largest trading partner and a very lucrative market in the northeastern United States, which is exactly the reason to have the Nova Scotia ferry in the first place.
The honourable member from Queen Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think this is a crucial time here and a point that we're trying to address. And first of all, I want to recognize I haven't been in Portland for a few years yet, but I just want to go on record. The last time I was there, I visited the Portland Fish Exchange. So I'm very familiar with knowing that fish trucks accompany that particular city. I'm actually shocked and amazed at these statements are coming from that particular port. And but I know that we have a limited amount of time here, but I want to emphasize before we move on about the commercial traffic. And I make reference to the senior executive who held up that particular map of the lobster districts and give the impression that there was no concerns for commercial trucking about getting our fish exports out of southwest Nova, particular lobsters, because the season was closed from June or June 15th on. And this is something, to me, was actually a light bulb moment, because I want to publicly inform the minister that in the last 2 decades, the evolution of the holding facilities across Nova Scotia, particularly in southwest Nova Scotia, can literally have lobsters year-round. Now, I also want to point out that there's the record landing of lobsters and other fish products, particularly lobsters, historical landings in the last decade, especially the last 5 years, last 2 years. And when you see the Yarmouth, when you see the Digby ferry go down here 2 weeks ago for 1 week, you know that them truckers have to go around, and usually if they're going to make the New York run, they may have to have 2 drivers. And I'm not qualified to talk about that, but I understand when they're making over 11 or 12 hours, they need 2 people in that cab to do that. So when they talk about having some capacity on that particular ferry, it gets my attention. And I really believe if the analysis was done to say that we don't need that commercial component of a ferry in Yarmouth because our lobster season is closed, totally miss the point. This is why this is our job here today, to address that. So I hope the minister takes that into consideration and have some of this consultation with the commercial truck drivers, and to understand that these holding facilities literally have lobsters year-round, and there is great demands for this particular commercial ferry option. So just before I move on, I'll ask the minister if he wants to comment on that point.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member. Again, that was never part of the analysis, and not to suggest that I would discredit or confirm what the Deputy Minister had said to the member opposite. With regards to the trucking, as I suggested, the nature of the complaints and the concerns that I'm getting is about that capacity and what we could do to improve it. It seems to be the focus of the improvements on that capacity is around the Christmas and winter season. But again, that doesn't discredit what the member's stating about holding facilities and freeze facilities and our ability to maintain and protect the health and the integrity of that product, which is so important and so invaluable to the export levels and the trade that we do with our very important and largest trading partner. And again, I would reiterate that that's fundamentally the points that the member is making, and what I hope is the focus of this discussion is about that absolute value and the importance of the Nova Scotia ferry for our entire province. And that's one example of how being established with our trading partner in any event for tourism, for that economic link, it's critical. So that is the value of the ferry, and I'm so relieved again and happy to hear that the member sees the value in reestablishing that service. That means a lot. You know, when you get inside this bubble and you take some of the criticisms that have arisen, and they happen on most files, but the fact that the former government and a member of cabinet would suggest that there is a key piece of economic activity and economic foundation for Southwest and the entire province, and that is the Nova Scotia ferry. And to hear, honestly, this isn't a point that I'm trying to make. To hear Darrell Dexter talk about the Yarmouth ferry and to see sort of his analysis on it and what he saw for the years after they decided to make that cut, and how he explained the impact on the region, on the people, on the confidence of businesses in the private sector down there is important. And I'll reiterate this many times over my estimates, I'm sure, but when I look back to my experience coming here in 2010, the number one issue, the thing that we heard of the most from all the House and the collective debate that happened was the devastation of the southwestern Nova Scotia economy, and southern Nova Scotia, and again the impact on the entire province when that Nova Scotia link was cut. Obviously my friend and colleague, the MLA for Yarmouth, made that point every chance he had in every debate that we took our place here and participated in over the 3 years that we were in opposition. The member from Argyle-Barrington as well came with case after case and story after story of how decimated the economy was. So, you know, when we get into things like what's the economic analysis, ask around would be my response to that. The countless number of people, entrepreneurs, small businesses from restaurants, hotels, tourism operators, every commodity, the craft stores, antique shops, all of the different components of what makes a rural economy so great and so vibrant was impacted. So the fact that we're having this discussion and the fact that the member opposite is asking specific questions about the service and about its viability, it matters. And I think that when you get through the debate about the negotiating prowess of the particular government and realize that fundamentally for the people of Yarmouth and the people of Nova Scotia, we all support the Nova Scotia ferry, it's good to have this level of debate, and as long as we're united in the fact that region and this province needs this service, that's the main takeaway. And I'll stand here and we'll talk about the different components from the trucking industry to the vessel, to the model, to the long-term agreement, to the 2 years that we have to really renew the relationship with Mark McDonald and Bay Ferries. We'll have all those discussions, and I really welcome this opportunity outside of media scrums and question period and social media to have real debate about the Yarmouth Ferry, because at the end of the day, not only every person in this House, every person in this province that understands what happened when the service was removed is supportive of having that service back. It's our job to get that agreement right, that relationship, that service, have that market performance come back, and that's really what our focus is now. But it's great to have conversation and dialogue about the aspects of the Nova Scotia ferry. It's a great thing for this province, and really it signals that all MLAs of all stripes haven't given up on a region and will support an economic tool that's so very important to their existence, their survival, and certainly their growth.
The honourable member from Fort Queen Shelburne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I do have to move on, and I reluctantly move on to some other question, but I just want to take the question in a different line here now. Just to talk about the previous vessel, the Nova Star, and basically going through some bankruptcy procedures as we speak. And I know that I've raised these questions about the piper being paid, and there is a number of these creditors that's left holding the bag. And I also took note that I observed the Premier suggest that he is willing to meet with these individuals, and what I heard was a promise of a meeting. I have wrote down here the May the 4th. Now, I was hoping the Minister of TIR could explain to these creditors, is there a meeting schedule with the Premier and to kind of go over what is left owing to these creditors, and can you update us or give some insight in that direction?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the member opposite. First and foremost, look, again, I appreciate the member's approach with this particular question. There's no one in this House, there's no side of this chamber, government or opposition, that has a monopoly on caring about small businesses in the province. So when you hear this story about the Nova Star's bankruptcy and the creditors that were impacted, everyone feels that. And when you look at a small business, and the member in jest made resolutions about paying the piper, and that organization that was impacted, they were part of the media story that were part of that creditor list. It's not an easy thing, and we don't want to see any Nova Scotia business lose money in any event, but when it becomes a bankruptcy situation regarding an operation of this magnitude and of this importance for the province, certainly we're concerned about it. You know, at the end of the day, they have a meeting set up, I think it's May 4th, with the creditors, so they'll go through some of the options. I was here as well. I heard what the Premier said. We haven't had any contact at this point, and in absolute fairness, what I know about the situation with the creditors, with the amounts, what happened on the Canadian side, on the U.S. side, I truly read through the media. So I haven't had anything specifically that would suggest that there is a established group that are coming to talk to us. But look, again, based on my opening comments about this particular subject, we'd be happy to sit down. The Premier made that commitment. I'll do it with him or separately, and on a number of occasions if that's the case. At the end of the day, this signifies something, and I do appreciate the member giving me this opportunity. The Nova Star operation and the vessel, it didn't work and it didn't fit. And the fact that we had this relationship, we fulfilled our obligations for 2 years, clearly we were heading in the wrong direction. And you know, we have these discussions about the numbers and the commitment we've made to McDonald and Bay Ferries, which are very, very public. But when you look at what the numbers would have been, forget about getting through the 2016 operating season just to get here. The many millions of dollars that would have been required to keep Nova Star in place. We had that indication. The numbers, the data, the communications with that former operator made it very clear that they were not the partner for us and the operator that we needed for long-term stability for the Nova Scotia ferry service. At the end of the day, in good faith, we made those payments. In good faith, we had meetings about their market performance. At one time, it was suggested to me directly that service would eclipse 100,000 passengers last year. We know what the true numbers are, but it signifies the direction that we thought we were in that clearly didn't materialize. Again, when we severed the relationship with Nova Star, the statements were very public, that they would honor and fulfill their obligations to creditors, to accounts owing. So that was something that they had said that they would do. And clearly, with this information becoming public, that's not the case. So we are obviously concerned. These are Nova Scotia companies. These are people. These are families, businesses, entrepreneurs that have been impacted by this. You know, the private sector gets in their relationships and coexist with each other and make agreements such as this. And just like our highway projects, our infrastructure projects, we have a relationship with a contractor. They pay subcontractors, and that's the way the world works in terms of projects and development and how we invest tax dollars. So obviously we're very disappointed in this, and obviously this signals the reason why we've moved on to such a reputable, experienced, committed operator like Bay Ferries and Mark McDonald at the helm. So that's where we are, but with respect to those creditors, we'll see what the result is from that May 4th meeting. I'm sure there'll be some feedback provided to yourself as well as to other members of this House, so we'll react at that time. And again, I'm part of the Premier's commitment as well, and we're always willing to listen to Nova Scotians and let them provide their opportunity to share their stories with us and ask you know, what happens next.
The Honourable Member for Queen Shelburne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I can assure you that time goes fast in this particular process, so I have to move on, and I'm going to shift gears. And one of the arguments that I use with my caucus colleagues is that the South Shore and the Tri-Counties are in the banana belt of the Atlantic provinces, and I use that phrase many times. And regarding that theme, I know that the minister may have answered this question, but the truckers or the contractors are asking about spring weight restrictions. And I also want to have that theme about the banana belt, and I know that a lot of roads can be graded if the conditions are right. And what I'm suggesting is that I truly believe that we are living in the banana belt of the Atlantic provinces, and there is opportunities to have a grading system probably months ahead of other regions, especially across Nova Scotia. And my first question is about the weight restrictions. Is there a possibility of them coming off earlier in Southwest Nova? And particular, is there some way of looking at grading gravel roads much earlier if the conditions are appropriate? I ask for the minister's comments.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member. The official date for the spring weight restrictions, as the member would probably know, is May 9th. In any opportunity in the thaw season, we would hope that we can get earlier and get those restrictions off. It does impact businesses. It impacts the economic flow of particular areas, and what we hear from every region of this province when weight restrictions become challenging. But the reality is they're in place for a reason, and I don't have to belabor that point. These roads get soft, and they take a significant beating during the spring thaw months. So obviously we have to do our best to protect them. But as it looks now, given the weather forecast, given some of the states of our roads that are subject to the weight restrictions, there is an opportunity for us to draw that date back earlier. And look, if we could do it tomorrow, we would for sure. We understand the impact and the pressures that get put on people, travelers, everyday residents to businesses, and how they're affected by the spring rate restrictions. So we almost take it case by case, and believe it or not, it's different environment, different climate allows for earlier consideration of things like grading on these roads in different regions of the province, and there are extreme cases, and I'm positive I heard an extreme case of road conditions from each region of the province over the last couple weeks, where we've had the opportunity to get some of our larger equipment in to do some grading, to do some cleanup work to the extent possible. For whatever reason, given the fact that we had a mild winter, we would hope for a mild impact of the thaw and the weight restrictions, but that really hasn't been the case. It's actually been a very tricky year and very trying for some areas, and certainly for some roads in particular. So we do take those on a case by case. We look at emergency situations, which ones can be worked on to be deemed passable. And when we, like everything else, a lot of our play is reactive. When we hear from bases, when we hear from local depots, our representatives on the ground at TIR, through MLAs, through community stakeholders and residents who call, we try to do our very best to get there. So that's been the philosophy. There is opportunity to do some grading on some particular roads in particular circumstances, so that really is case by case. And yet the answer is yes, of course. Spring weight restrictions will come off as early as possible. The target date, the set date is May 9th, but we would love to do it long before then if we can.
The honourable member for Queen Shelburne.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the answer. And I don't know if I established that the South Shore is the banana belt of the Atlantic provinces, but I definitely tried. Mr. Chair, armorstone, I can assure you again, we have abundance of it, and to me it's relatively in good supply, and it's a cheap option of protecting our highways. I'm talking about erosion from the sea now, and I'm also making reference to a town called Lockport, who has trouble with a seawall there on the causeway adjoining that town. And to me, there is something that really needs to be, because of our climate, our warming waters, is something we need to take serious. And to me, there is a number of locations that I frequently drive that needs to be probably shored up or protected with armor stones. And I'll use Lawport as an example. There has been some work in the past on this particular causeway to put armor stone in there, but it's never quite enough to do a reasonable job. So I'm asking the minister is because of the sea level rises, this issue is not going to go away. Is there something that your department is actively looking at, and can you comment on that particular topic?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the member opposite. It is on the radar screen, particularly at the national conferences and gatherings that we have as transportation departments and representing our respective provinces. I know the member, when his time in Executive Cabinet, would have participated in some of those as well for his portfolios. But for us, there is no question about it. There's an impact on climate change. You look at the corridor with the abatos between Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, the fact that it is real and sea levels are happening, and I'll digress from getting too far down the road, but you know, with the impact of climate change, fossil fuels, and all the things we can do as a developed society and a developed nations to impact that is significant. We do, as a rule of practice for the Department of Transportation, anything impacted by sea levels and close to the waterways we have and obviously the coastlines, we do build into some of the projects when the capital work design is taking place, some of the mitigation considerations for the impact of that sea level. So obviously when we're working in those areas, when you're talking about road beds, corridors that are along the ocean or near waterways, then armor stone and other protections that we could provide there, those preventative measures, we would do that to the extent possible. So without question, it is part of the conversation. Hopefully we'll do something collectively as developed nations and the entire planet to really curb what we're doing with respect to the impact on climate change. And obviously for us at Transportation, we do have to develop and build some of that capacity and some of that investment into the infrastructure projects that we manage that are impacted by the sea levels and by the erosion from water.
The Honourable Member for Queens Shelburne.
Well, thank you. Before I move on to another topic, I think more of a general provincial example of the use of armor stone would be the Tanamar Marsh. And to me, that corridor is crucial to the traffic flow and the railroad systems, a corridor connecting Nova Scotia to New Brunswick. So I want to just make sure we have it on record. As I move on to another topic, I want to recognize the work that the minister has done with regard to the MV Minor. And I congratulate the minister for that. And I recognize that was in a very sensitive, protective area at Scattery. And I can tell you my family had fished there, very familiar with that. And a quick little story, when I called my uncle of something of 83 years now, he said to me on the very first day, he knew the lidge around there and they're familiar with that ocean setting. And he suggested that if that vessel does not come off within 24 hours, and they have the large tote, it will not be coming off. And the only way it came off with a cutting torch. So, you know, credit to local knowledge. But I do compliment the minister for addressing that issue. There are only one condition. I said I would be fair comment. I congratulate you. But I do have an issue with the funding. And I know the minister suggested, Mr. Chair, through you, is that he would be going after federal funding to be reimbursed. And I agree that that is a federal responsibility. My question is that there is a number of derelict vessels right across Nova Scotia, and I can point one out in the town of Shelburne. It's sunk, it's had a fire in the most recent weeks, and yet it is still at the wharf. I don't have to go very far to know that there's several in Bridgewater So it's not an issue that's going to go away in Nova Scotia. In fact, Mr. Chair, there's something like 400 of these derelict vessels across Canada. My question, Mr. Chair, through you to the minister is, this is a serious national issue. And I appreciate the work that was done in Scotia, but I can assure you that there's other sensitive areas in all these coastal communities that have these derelict vessels. My question is, what work is the minister doing with his federal counterpart to address this very serious national issue?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member opposite for drawing attention to the MV Minor and the larger issue of derelict vessels here on our coastline. There's no doubt about it that when we became involved in the MV Minor story back in 2011, it had to go. And anyone, your uncle, say your uncle that was? Yeah, so your uncle's very astute to the region and the climate and the conditions out there off the shelf of Scattery. It had to be removed with respect to the impact, not only on that natural wilderness, which is a protected area, but also the impact on the fisheries. It was amazing. My first time out there was during lobster season at the end of May, and the vessel was completely surrounded by buoys. So you can imagine the economic stimulation that happens because of the location of Scattery Island, how it impacts the lobster settlement and migration is significant, no doubt about it. And it's too bad that individuals, anyone that would be either neutral or against that type of decision to remove that vessel, I wish they had the opportunity to see it, because to see the majesty of this Scattery Island just off the coast of Manitou, and to see this significant area that should be protected, rightly so, impacted by such a derelict, honking, ugly, deteriorating vessel really was a shame. And I think that we owe it to our citizens here in the province and in the country to address these things as they impact our natural environment, our way of life, our economic ability to generate our income. So it's significant, and I was happy to be part of that, and we made the right decision. With respect to the larger picture, this was probably the most alarming, shocking part of that process for me, and I had many conversations with the previous government about this, and it led up to a process that was a review of the Canadian Transportation Act. I could not fathom that an international group could form a shell company. Their only contract, so to speak, was to take a vessel from North America over to a scrapyard in Turkey, and their only real responsibility to get paid for that was to get rid of the ship from the home port. So, you know, the stories about these tugging operations, cutting the lines loose in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean and sinking these vessels, I'm sure there's some truth to those, but it's mind-boggling that in an endeavor of that size, in a process, in an activity of that danger and of that importance, particularly when there's contaminants on a vessel like asbestos, like diesel, like all these things that can really destroy an ecosystem, could be pulled across, have this type of thing happen where the tow lines break. I mean, not anticipating that a tow line on the MV Minor would split in the fall season, the Atlantic Ocean, is pretty remarkable that wouldn't be considered into the planning. So the fact that this happened in the first place, landed there, and there was no obligation, no insurance, no requirement, nobody held responsible, to me was a serious gap in the Canada shipping laws. And it wouldn't have mattered to me at the time who was in government from a political perspective. That is absolutely asinine. So from our perspective, one of our big plays of the Canada Shipping Act process, the review, was to make that very point. So it isn't, once the vessel gets there, it's a problem in itself, but prior to that, someone's got to be responsible. And I think that some of the derelict vessels that the member would be familiar with were part of that same process. There was some measure of responsibility for someone to scrap those vessels. They end up at a port like Shelburne, Bridgewater, and then they don't go anywhere, and it's an absolute disaster. So I truly hope with the CTA review that Minister Garneau will take a good look at those things. The Pacific Coast is peppered with them. There's obviously some along the North Coast in some spots, and of course for us on the East Coast, there's a significant amount of these vessels, and we're seeing them play a negative role and have a negative impact on our own communities here in Nova Scotia. So it is a serious challenge. I think it's one that should be taken seriously, not only in the preventative measures vis-a-vis the Canada shipping laws, having that insurance, having that protection for Canadian taxpayers, but also my understanding is that the feds have been looking at a fund to do some of this cleanup, and they do have a system process now that removes the oils, the heavy liquids and the things that would be on there normally in the operation of a vessel. But again, I think using the MV Minor as an example, it was a tough impact on a community, and I think anyone that's hit with one of these eyesores is really a travesty. And I think, you know, from the legislative side, we have to do better. And when these things land, we've got to do our very best to find the financial resources to get them cleaned up.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I know with the absence of time here, we're moving fast. I want to talk about roads, gravel roads, and I'm going to name three. One particular is the Clyde Road, or most locals call it the Ohio Road. That's the eastern portion of the Clyde Road in Shelburne. And to me, it's a good candidate to have double chip seal. And I know that this has never been identified in the 5-year plan, but yet this road is difficult to maintain because of the sand base. And I can assure you, with the previous government, the western portion that was done in the Clyde River area, and I can tell you that it's one of the highest paid compliments that an MLA can have is to addressing the needs of that. So what I'm trying to say is the eastern portion of that needs to be addressed. There is the Shore Road in the Gunning Cove Ingomar area, and basically there's 8 or 9 kilometers that hasn't been fulfilled. That particular road is called the Shore Road, 28 kilometers long, and there's been a portion of them roads done in the last 5 or 6 years, except the last 2. There's a gap. The LaBelle Road in the Caledonia area, these are all a number of roads that have long distance of gravel, and the residents, and I said earlier in my presentation, this is something that we get calls on a monthly basis. And I'm bringing them roads to your attention in almost a Reader's Digest version, because we do not have the time to spend that I wish on them. So there's 3 roads, and there is no appearance that they're in this 5-year plan. So to me, I'd like to have a brief overview of the possibility of addressing the needs of the residents that live on these roads.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the member opposite for some of those specific requests. You do have the Sandy Point Road on the capital plan for this year, and I'm sure the member's aware of that. And you know, looking at the members' list and the significant investment being made in his area, I think is a testament to 2 things. Number one, there really is there's no politics involved in this. We're just trying to do the best work for all Nova Scotians, and this isn't about particular areas. So the member has received some specific projects. At the same time, also the fact that he brings a number of local roads that he wants considered is an indication that there is that deficit, and there is a lot of work that we do, and we do our very best with the significant capital plan we have, but we can't get to them all. With respect to the Clyde Road, Ohio East, Mr. Fitzner says we can look at a chip seal assessment to see if that's something we can do. So that's one. Obviously, the member would know, he's brought this in the form of a debate on a number of occasions to the House, that we do only publish the local roads year over year, so it would be, that's why I mentioned the Sandy Point Road by way of one of the pavement preservation projects that we have for his particular area for this capital plan. And we'll continue to look at the local roads. We do have the list specifically of what the member mentioned, and we have to do those assessments, and then it goes year over year. And I think that one of the back and forths that the member and I have had, Mr. Chair, over the last couple of years was how those local roads are treated, and I think we've always had a different perspective. That member would like to see a 5-year local road plan. I'm of a different mindset. I think that because of the nature of local roads and how the impact and the priority and the treatment of these roads change over time, I think that there's some value in having an annual opportunity to revisit that list and look at them again on an individual basis, just like we would with the local roads that the member just mentioned. So that is certainly part of the plan. The member mentioned sand seal roads. That's something that we don't have in Cape Breton whatsoever, so I've learned a lot from the member from King South, the member for Lunenburg West, and of course the member here from Queen Shelburne about the impact. And Minister of Health has the most, so there you go. So again, back to my earlier comments, everyone gives me a dirty look once in a while, member. It's not just the opposition side of the House. So that's the nature of the business. But yeah, look, it's an annual fight to get some of those local roads included because of that limited fiscal purse. But we do our very best, and I know that the member does have a good relationship, working relationship with the TIR officials on the ground in the communities that he represents. So we certainly encourage him to continue to have those conversations and set out his priorities and work with the staff at establishing those into our overall system.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And quickly, one of the conditions of our roads and doesn't get much recognition in this particular House, and I think it's certainly a safety issue, is bush clearing along our corridors or our highways, particularly 103 and 100 series highways and our secondary highways. These are safety issues because of animals frequenting the highway, and it's certainly brought to my attention. I'm going to give the minister, because of my time here, an opportunity. I can go into great depth, but the bush clearing or the chipping, especially on the 100 series and on them secondary roads, is a safety issue. Can you tell us the tendering process and if this work is going to be done on an increase or has it decreased in this year's budget?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the member. Brush cutting is one of those issues that in the large scale of the over $400 million we spend as a department seems like a small thing, but when you look at the impact and the overall importance of things like brush cutting, grading, dust control, some of the work in the ditching and the culverts, they are a difference maker for those of us in Nova Scotia who live in rural areas on rural roads. So the impact is felt, and because obviously we put a lot of emphasis on the actual roadbed itself, doing that gravel work, doing that grading work, sometimes there is a reactive component to the brush cutting, and we get those local calls, and our folks spring into action at TIR as best they can to try to address some of the concerns with brush cutting. There is, with respect to where the level is of funding, there is an increase in that particular budget line item this year. But again, to suggest that because there's an increase means that there's plenty of money wouldn't be accurate. There's always more we can do, and that's why we have to do our very best to prioritize those types of decisions. And again, they're the best example of something that's made on a very local level. And really, it's in consultation with stakeholders, with our staff on the ground that will go out and do those things as they crop up, and it's really a daily basis set of decisions. Thank you.
That concludes the allotted time for questions from the NDP. Wondering this would be appropriate time if the minister wished, if he and his staff would like to take a short break, or would you like to continue? We will now recess for 2 minutes.
You want me to give you a copy, buddy?
Call the committee back to order. We'll now proceed with questions from the Progressive Conservative Caucus. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we're back for our second go-around here. It seems to me when we last were speaking, we were talking about toll roads, or starting to, and the Cobequid Pass as the current example. I don't want to leave the Cobequid Pass totally just yet because of the example it sets for all of us. I know there's a study outstanding on other toll road possibilities, and I just want to ask the Minister if that study had any parameters around it, such as that the intent of any toll road, if it happens, is cost recovery and not actually a profit for the Government of Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Yes, that's the case. Obviously, with respect to how we would do that model, and again, the financial model becomes important, but it is on a cost recovery basis. Yeah.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to hear that. I think one of the only ways Nova Scotians would entertain that method of financing would be if that was the constraint. So we'll see what the study says, of course, when it comes out, but I appreciate that answer. In the case of the Cobequid Pass, when it was put in place, residents were told that they will have an alternative route, which is now known as Trunk 4, the old highway, which passes basically through the Wentworth Valley. The level of maintenance on that road has become an issue, but so is the speed limit. I just want to ask the Minister if he can confirm that the speed limit on the old Trunk 4 through the Wentworth Valley is set artificially low by agreement with the Highway 104 Corporation.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the member. That is in fact the case. I believe it's 80 kilometers an hour, and lower in some cases. That is part of the agreement as well, and obviously that trucks would be prohibited from using that Trunk 4 as well. So that is the case, yeah.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I know we would all be in favour of safety on any of our roads, including Trunk 4, and that speed limits are set with transportation safety in mind. In this case, it appears we have an artificially low speed limit by agreement with the corporation instead of set based on the standards of safety that we use for determining speed limits. I'm wondering if at this point, now that we're 20 years in, whether the province has the ability to do a speed study to determine what the safe rate of speed is, even if it's higher than the agreed upon rate, and if so, whether the province has the ability now to reset the speed limits to what they would naturally be.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Fitzner suggests that it could have been 90 back prior to the 80, possibly, and 100 in some areas. So that is the case. So it is set at that level. We would have to do a little bit of work on the agreement to find out if that's the case. I mean, obviously, for us, at the request, sometimes of the department, sometimes the residents in many areas across the province, even since my tenure began here at TIR, that we would do those speed studies. So we can check into the agreement and see what that is. Our obviously an honest assumption is that that's part of the agreement until the agreement has been satisfied, but we can certainly do that background check.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that, and I can just tell the Minister and his staff this is an issue with local residents where in some places along Highway 4 there are passing lanes, there are good sections of the highway, nice and wide, easy visibility, that would more naturally attract a 90 or 100 kilometer speed limit. So I suppose that when the contract with Highway 104 Corporation was initially signed 20 years ago, that there was an interest in encouraging people to give a try to the toll road, but there's 20 years of experience now there. I think there's an opportunity to actually do this, to see whether even the corporation itself has a concern anymore about resetting the speed limits on the alternate route. I think by this point, people that want to take the toll road are going to take it, and the people that want to take the secondary road are going to take it. And so we should, in that case, set the limits back. So I just want to confirm this. Will the department approach the corporation about its interest or ability to reset those speed limits, and if so, will it then do the speed study and act accordingly?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's very reasonable. We can do that for sure. Again, we'll have to abide by the agreement, but if there is, to the member's point about the corporation not being particularly committed to that, then we can take a look at it and see what's there, and then if that warranted a speed study down the road, then by all means. So we'll definitely check into that. Yeah.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that together we're giving a little encouragement to the people of the area that they might get home safely, but a little quicker at night and get to work the same way in the morning. I appreciate that. Mr. Chair, I want to expand that now to the study that is going on for the whole province. The minister confirmed a few minutes ago that one
Order,
of the...
please. I'd like to ask members if they could try to keep the chatter down a bit here. I know that one conversation doesn't sound very loud, but when a number come on top of it, it elevates to the point that it begins to disrupt. Order, please. It begins to disrupt the proceedings. Back to the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just saying I want to take the same concept now and ask whether, just like the limit on profit making for the province versus cost control, in the upcoming study, are there constraints on the availability of alternate routes, or let me put that another way, will alternate routes be provided in all of those instances as well? And if so, is there a policy around entering into agreements that might change the speed limits?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the member opposite for the question. We're still in that process, so looking at obviously the main corridors for these 8 particular sections and the alternate routes, and look, that's going to be a significant part of those conversations, and that's why it's important for all of us as elected officials, the different levels of government and the elected individuals in each particular area, and the public to come out and get behind what they see as the best way forward, one way or the other. And I think this that the Leader of the Official Opposition highlights, this is one of those concerns. So obviously, when we have everything final with respect to the corridor, how the traffic flow is and what that sort of soothing becomes, how that impacts the other areas, the alternate routes in places where that's possible, obviously will be a significant part of that discussion. And that's why it's so important for us, even just with the feasibility study itself, Mr. Chair, to get that right, to have the information accurate, reliable, so that when we do the public meetings in respective areas of the province, we can give people the exact picture of what it'll mean for them, just like I'm sure happened in his region when the Cobequid Pass discussions were taking place. And obviously I wasn't around then, I don't know what the details were, but I know that our endeavor here is to get to the bottom of what people truly think we should do, and the cost is a huge part of that, but how people get home, the impact on local traffic versus sort of that regional traffic really is the discussion. So when you look at it as a whole, you look at it from a provincial and regional perspective, but when you get down to the Barneys River Fire Hall, it means something different for the people in that particular area. So I think that the information that the member's talking about has to be part of that, and I think that when you establish the agreements in whatever form they could look like, should the Nova Scotians give us the thumbs up, obviously there'll be a lot of consideration to those details. It seems like it's a simple thing. You build the highway, you put up a toll, but there's many implications for all of us, and people that live in particular areas are impacted more so. So that's an important point, and that'll all be part of the discussions and those factors as we get first the engineering piece finalized, but then that financial modeling as well.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Chair. I heard the minister say that he's sure these are the kind of discussions that happened 20 years ago with the Cobequid Pass. I know he wasn't around then, neither was I, but I just want to inform him that actually nothing of the kind happened 20 years ago. It was a Liberal government then. There was no discussion with the people of Cumberland County. They were not involved in the decision to put a toll road in the middle of Cumberland County. I would argue it was done exactly the wrong way then. No one here needs to feel the burden of blame for that, but it is an unfortunate reminder of how these things can go wrong when it's imposed on an area against their wishes. And in fact, they were loud in their protests about this, Mr. Chair, and I just want the minister to know that it was not a great example of how to go about consulting, because they were not consulted. As a result, there's been a lot of hard feelings ever since. I think that's fair to say, even though the drivership is pretty high, I think, now on that pass, and the minister described it as a great corridor. I think most people would agree if there has to be one that's a good corridor for it. It's probably one of the most traveled roads of the province because it's a major entry point to Nova Scotia. It has the volumes that mean the toll can be less than it would have to be on a low volume road for sure, including trucking. Although I'm not sure that's actually the route that was originally designed for the Cobequid Pass, but that's all history. It's important to learn from it. That's why we want to explore this today when we have such a big examination of new toll roads coming up. So I won't dwell on that. One last thing, though. The other unique part of Cumberland County is that it's on the border with New Brunswick. And I'm sure, as the minister knows, there was a great deal of concern raised very quickly in Cumberland County when the governor of New Brunswick publicly floated the idea that they might put a toll near the border with Nova Scotia. I want to paraphrase the Premier's response to that, which was, that's a decision of the government of New Brunswick. That did not really sit well with people in Cumberland who would essentially have a toll on both ends of the county. So whether they're going to Moncton, to the hospital, or for work, which many people do, or to Truro, they would have to pay either way. That's an unfair burden, I would suggest, for the people of Cumberland County to pay. Before I move on, I just want to ask the minister, is it still the position of the government of Nova Scotia that if New Brunswick looks at a toll on the border, that that's a decision of the government of New Brunswick?
The Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the answer is yes. I mean, fundamentally it is, just like the decisions we'll make on our highway, Cobequid Pass, and other corridors will impact other provinces, and when people come from outside Nova Scotia into our beautiful province. And again, having said that, that is simply put a government decision, and how the Premier and the Cabinet and the government in New Brunswick made that decision was theirs to make. But there's no doubt about it that we wouldn't be desensitized to the impact it would have for the region that the member is part of that representation. So we certainly watch closely. But at the end of the day, that was their call to make, and they made the one that was in the best interest for their province as it related to their highway transportation, their infrastructure, and their overall budget. So that was their call, and again, we'll enjoy the freedom of making our decisions that are in the best interest of the people that we represent and the taxpayers who put us here.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do need to say that I am kind of disappointed in that answer. The minister may be right in the Constitution of Canada sense that they're a separate sovereign province from us and can do what they want. But the fact of the matter is, we are all supposed to work together. We are supposed to work to better the region of the country that we share. There are so many ways that the government of Nova Scotia and the government of New Brunswick cooperate, including a red tape charter. A toll may not be characterized as red tape, but it would be flying in the face of how we all work together to grow prosperity on both sides of the border, I believe, to put a toll between the two of us. There are a very large number of Nova Scotians who do work on the New Brunswick side, who live near the border. I think it would be very unfair to them, particularly if the toll money was going to deficit reduction or road construction in the province of New Brunswick when they're taxpayers and residents of the province of Nova Scotia. So I would hope that the government of Nova Scotia would have a lot to say about it at the very least, and would use the tools it has at its disposal, whether it's interprovincial trade agreements or the other institutions like Atlantic Lottery and the Veterinary College and so on, the medical school that we work together on, to make the point that we can't work together on all those things and then be tolling each other's citizens at the border. So that's not really a question, but I just want the minister to know I think there's a lot the province of Nova Scotia could do within its own sovereign authority to dissuade the province of New Brunswick from essentially putting a toll on our border that we share with them. Having said that, I want to now return to the greater issue of toll roads and the studies that are going on. I took it from the minister's answers earlier that the engineering part of the study is complete or near complete, and that the financial modeling is to be done, and I believe he said that that would be the end of April, more or less, which is about a week away. When will that be publicly released? Will the whole package be publicly released at that time? Or will it be released at a later date than when the department receives it?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for that question. Just before I move on to that specific one, I just want to address one particular piece about the difference with New Brunswick, and it's an important one for us, and this will be part of that public consultation and the conversation as it relates to toll highways. The whole focus for us with this twinning feasibility study is the aspect of safety, and that's paramount. So the reason why I say that is the member said something in his remarks that queued up my memory. We're not doing this to reduce deficits. We're not doing this to reduce, financial burden with respect to our overall budget, our overall fiscal health. This, for us, is taking that money. Again, it relates to the earlier points the member opposite made about how this is reinvested and how it's a cost recovery basis. This is what this is about. So for us, it's a very definitive decision of where we want to go, where Nova Scotians want us to go with respect to our 100 series toll highway and twinning network. So this isn't about some other source of revenue. New Brunswick has different decisions to make. They're in a different situation. So obviously for them, they're going to make those calls. But for us, to be very clear, this is not about garnering additional money to put in the coffers. This is specifically about creating that network. So not that the member opposite suggested otherwise, but I just want to make that very clear that it's two different scenarios with respect to how we would operate the private sector agreement with respect to our highways. On the issue of releasing the information, get used to saying the end of April, so it was kind of surprising that that's coming next week. It happens in a hurry in this business. The months fly by. I think what we'll probably do is take all the information, put it all together. There's a wealth, as members of this House would know, when you get these consulting reports, there's a wealth of information. They're very, very thick and detailed, and it's things, quite frankly, that probably build up to a technical explanation for different aspects of the study, but they don't mean anything in terms of the public consumption and public concern. So obviously that doesn't mean we're omitting anything or changing any of the information, but when we get these mass reports, we usually try to put them in context that makes sense to people. So I think with the engineering study and then with the financial modeling, there'll be a little bit of work to put them together in time for those public consultations. So I think that what we'd probably do to ensure that we've got all the information organized and presentable in a sense that is relevant to people, we probably hold off on that until we do the public sessions. But our timeline is very, very quick. If we have all this information compiled in the next couple of weeks and have it collected, we want to hit the road probably early June is really our target, even late May if we could. We're not going to sit on these things. We want to put it out there and get these conversations started. So we're going to move on it as soon as we possibly can, and we want Nova Scotians to have this information.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say to the Minister that I have a big, round, honkin' birthday coming up on April 28th. I'm going to achieve a threshold he has many years yet to reach. So if he thinks the end of April is coming up fast for him, I can assure you it's coming up even faster for me. Luckily, most of my own team here have long since passed that big round threshold. You can all guess which big round threshold it is. But I understand that the end of April is coming very quickly. I think that's my point. The minister talked about hitting the road. I'm sure there was no pun intended in that in the near future. Is there an actual planned timeline of public release and then the 12 public meetings? Can you share with us the schedule for those if it's been drawn up yet?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
We don't have those specifically, but we've never actually picked the date, obviously, so the dates and locations are very specific, and we have to identify those. But our whole focus when we started this conversation, probably months ago, certainly when we embarked on the feasibility study, that we would have them all finished by the end of June. So once we get that information compiled, which again is in the next couple weeks, really it's probably going to be a 6-week window from start to finish with these. And I think the number we've identified just based on regional fairness and equity is about 12 sessions overall. So that would basically be 12 sessions over a 6-week period, probably mid-May to the end of June. So. Yeah, and as Bruce mentioned too, so we're going to, all the people that we want to be there with the senior staff, with the officials who have a keen understanding of how this works and what it'll mean in either way, whether we stick with the current capital plan or look at that alternative financing option, will be present. And again, for me, it's important that I get a fulsome understanding of how people are reacting to these ideas and what they think. So I'm certainly planning on attending all 12, and I'll endeavor to do that. And this is a big decision for Nova Scotians, and we want to make sure that the information is out there and it's fair and it's accurate. So I'll do my best to participate in that and be on the ground with men and women across this province and find out what they want to do.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. A moment ago, the minister talked about road safety, and I think we all agree road safety is paramount. Twinning is obviously safer than not twinning. That's true of our 100 series highways. It would be true of every road and street in the province. You could twin the Spencer's Island Road and it would be safer than if it was a single lane. My point in raising this is to just for a moment separate the safety of twinning, which I think we all agree we want to do, where practical. And I don't mean to suggest to my constituents on Spencer's Island Road that it's not practical, but I think they would not expect, I hope they're going to fix the road, but I don't think they expect it to be twinned. So you got to draw the line somewhere. The 100 series roads with the highest volumes, obviously, I've spoken to Fire Chief Joe, I know the minister has at Barney's River. He makes a very eloquent case for safety. And who would know better than our emergency responders who actually go out in terrible circumstances and see the price of accidents on our highways. So we're all in favor of safety, and where twinning is the best way to accomplish that, I don't think there's going to be any debate about that. I do want to separate the financing of twinning from the logic of twinning, if I can put it that way. So in this case, really what we're debating is not, is safety important or is twinning safer than not twinning? Those, I think we can agree, are givens. How you pay for that objective is really what I believe we're going to debate in the months ahead. All Nova Scotians are. And the reason I say that, Mr. Chair, is I do want to ask the minister if the department has looked at any other methods of financing the goal of twinning the 8 sections that are under study.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to the question of the twinning and how we're going to pay for it, this is exactly the point and exactly the focus of not only the public consultations that we'll do physically, but that ability for people to provide feedback. Again, no one has a monopoly over being concerned about safety. We're all in this together with respect to the safety of the highways, and there wouldn't be any member on this side of the House to would suggest that anyone else is not concerned with that. That's very clear, and you know, we're all agreed, and twinning is the best way to do it without question. The head-on collisions are the ones that really take people's lives away and add severity to the impact of accidents and collisions that are out there. So it's a concern. The other options that we have in terms of funding partners, we have approached P3 Canada to look at you know, what role they could play with respect to this feasibility, if there is a suggestion or a measure of support coming from the public. So really, we have to get that information and you know where people want us to be before we ever make that final decision. Obviously, through Building Canada, we'll makes application. We'll look at how the federal government and the federal infrastructure stimulus can help us. There's no question about it. But at the end of the day, with all those things being considered, and they will be considered, they'll be part of our plan regardless. And if the toll conversation isn't one that Nova Scotians want us to pursue, we'll stay with our traditional envelope and our traditional methods of funding these large-scale projects. But, Mr. Speaker, looking at this on the financial picture and what it means and the 23,000 kilometers we have as a province and how we service those, and of course the importance of our 100 series integrated highway network, the expense is staggering in some cases. One particular area I always use as the example when talking about this is through Antigonish, and every member has gone through there over the last short period, I'm sure. Traveling to Cape Breton for various things. Obviously, some of us pass through it twice a week. And that has made a significant difference in safety first, but mobility second, and you can see the value of those types of investments when you do them. Mr. Speaker, that particular corridor, the two phases of Antigonish, took 10 years between the initial approval, design, planning, corridor clearing, construction. We're still not there. It'll be finished this calendar year. 10 years and $160 million. So you look at a capital plan this year, we're in the range of about $220 million. That eats it up in a hurry. So that's one project, one corridor in one region of the province. Absolutely critical to safety and traffic flow in that area, no question. But you look at the magnitude of what we have to do in terms of that twinning and how it is fundamentally safer. The member opposite used the Barneys River example. That's one where you have a significant mountain range, you have a waterway, you have a rail bed, and a very, very slim corridor. So the amount of capital work that would be required just to clear that area would be a significant capital investment. So how we do that across the board, you've got the 104, which is obviously a priority for Joe, obviously a priority for the members from Pictou. Then you look at the 103, you look at the 101, the Burnside connector here in the 107. Some of the work that's been significant was also a huge investment was the 125 down in Sydney. You look at the vast expanse of our 100 series, and there's just not enough money, and it's going to take decades to replicate the work, the amount of investment and effort that we did in that Antigonish project to get all of these highways safer. So, you know, how you prioritize them becomes a decision for, you know, with traffic volumes, with the impact on the area, with the safety piece obviously being paramount always. But at the end of the day, we've got to figure out a way to finance these projects, and when you take a realistic, objective look at the capital that we inject and the amount of investment we make every year on the capital plan with highways, and what level of total kilometers we have to really enhance safety on our provincial 100 series corridors, we just have to figure out an alternative form of financing if we're going to make those big expansions. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, it's certainly reasonable that maybe that's not the reaction from Nova Scotians. That's, again, back to the basis for all of this. Maybe people fundamentally will get in a room in a community hall, see a presentation, go online, call into our toll numbers that will have that ability to receive feedback. and decide that this isn't the plan. We're okay with that too. We don't shy away from the fact that we make a significant investment in our highway infrastructure, and that capital plan that's on an annual basis, the 5-year capital plan, the local roads plan, is part of that. So it's a big decision to make, and the funding realities are ahead of us. And if we're going to do this mass expanse in a relatively short period of time, we just have to look at an alternative form of financing. Thank you.
Just like to remind members to do their best to keep their chatter down. Thank you. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to pursue this a little more because the Ennigan-ish example is actually, I think, an instructive one. It's a good one. It did take 10 years, but it did get done in the traditional way, where multiple levels of government come together. It took 10 years because the corridor had to be identified, because the land had to be cleared, because the roadbed had to be constructed, and so on and so on and so on. The method of financing, tolls or otherwise, doesn't speed that up. That's a physical construction period. To me, this is another reason why we separate the actual construction and the safety benefits from how we pay for it. Now, I think what the minister is saying is we couldn't do 8 of those all at once, and I completely buy that. But that one corridor is an example of how it does get done with government money, borrowed or otherwise. And in fact, in that case, I think the minister said that the cost eventually turned out to be $160 million. There was a significant federal contribution, I know, because that section of 100 Series Highway was identified as a priority under the old infrastructure program. I do want to ask the minister this. What conversations have been had already with Ottawa about their contribution? Because I think Nova Scotians would rightly want to ensure that they don't let Ottawa off the hook for a contribution to our 100 Series highways, which qualify for federal funding if we take on the burden of tolls and then they don't have to contribute anything